네, 서울 시민 참여 포럼 둘째 날입니다.
Seoul Citizen Forum
진심으로
on
환영합니다. 어제 이어서
Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. We are now greeting the second day. I am Kim Kyung-mi, following from yesterday. Nice to meet you all again. Well, we are gathered to share the future vision of Seoul Metropolitan Government's participatory budgeting system. And we are now holding the second day of the forum, and we have recognized the growing interest of the participants and citizens. And pursuant to the quarantine measures of COVID pandemic, we will also hold the second day virtually. And we're sorry for this, but we would like to ask you to post your comments and questions as much as possible through the virtual online platform. And we wish that you could acquire many insights from this forum. And we also have prepared some gifts for the active participants, so please leave out your messages as much as you could. And the second day of the forum is comprised of 3 different sessions, which are session 2, 3, 4. And each session will be followed by a panel discussion session with a moderator. Now, we would like to begin the second day, the session 2 of Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation under the title of PBS and Innovative Democracy. Through PBS and Innovative Democracy, we would like to listen to exemplary cases of different countries, and we will also have a discussion for the success of PB system through exponential researches of overseas scholars. The first speaker is Professor Paulo Spada from Southampton University, who will be delivering his presentation on integrating multi-channels of engagement. He is now connected.
Paulo Spada.
Thank you. It is an honor for me to participate to the forum. So I'm gonna jump right into it so that we have more space for questions at the end. So today I'm gonna talk about the recent evolution that we have seen in participatory budgeting system, but also in other systems. And this evolution combines different channels of engagement. So we are in the midst of a transformation of democracy that involves thousands of new channels of citizen involvement in government, often outside of the more visible politics of electoral representation. We are seeing this popping up of numerous different channels of engagement, from participatory budgeting that you know well, to other type of deliberative process like deliberative polls, citizen juries, community policing, participatory monitoring, and citizen assemblies. These are all different channels of engagement that have been popping up and they're constantly popping up all around the world to promote more participation outside of election. We have also seen in the last 10 years a mix of these channels of engagement. We have seen, first of all, in the last year in particular, we have seen a mix between online and offline modes of participation. But we are also seeing an hybridization of participatory budgeting itself. Participatory budgeting that, for example, use random selection of participants. That is something that it was not originally used when the model emerged in Brazil, or other forms of processes that mix different approaches taken from one type of channel of engagement to another. So, and there is a growing literature on this type of mixing. One important thing is that what I'm talking about is not just hybridization. So multi-channel is not just mixing two things together. There is one important ingredient, and this ingredient is the presence of parallel structure. So when we're talking about multi-channel engagement, we need two channels of engagement that are working in parallel at the same time. So this is the example, for example, of a kids park in which there is the slide, but also the swing, and the participants can choose if they want to go on the slide or the swing. So this is a very, very simple example, but you get the idea. So, and we are seeing this more and more, particularly in cities, in large cities that have enough resources that activate multiple participatory and deliberative process at the same time, targeted to different type of people so that they can maximize engagement. So adapting a famous definition from Graham Smith that was introduced in 2009, we can define multi-channel democratic innovations as institutions that integrate, combine parallel participatory spaces targeted to different segments of the population in a system that is specifically designed to increase and deepen citizen participation in the political decision-making process. So as you can see, the key element is this parallelism and this integration. This is one example of the platform that we have helped to build. This is the platform of Lisbon in Portugal. And in this platform, you have an integrated login, and then you have access to participatory budgeting, is the first system on the left, Lisboa Eu Participo. Then you have a second channel that it's a continuous ideation platform. So participatory budgeting has specific timing, as you know. There is a series of phases during the year. You propose ideas, you refine them, and then you vote them. Instead, the second platform is a continuous ideation platform that constantly, every month, collects ideas from the population, and then when the ideas collect sufficient like, they get moved up to the city council to be discussed. Then there is an issue reporting system, Na Minha Rua, that's, you probably know, Fix My Street, that's the most famous. Then there is a debate platform, and lastly, there is a monitoring platform, an open data platform. So this is a system that can be accessed with an integrated login, more or less. This is a proto system. Originally, in our project, when we proposed the city of Lisbon, we wanted the ideation platform to integrate with participatory budgeting, because one of the problems of participatory budgeting was that a lot of small ideas were proposed, but they were too small for participatory budgeting. And so they were not picked up because they didn't collect enough votes. So the idea of the continuous ideation platform was to automatically collect the ideas that were too small and put them inside the ideation platform. This in reality was never implemented, it was just a design we proposed to the city. At the moment, the two processes are not fully integrated. They just have an integrated login. But you can start think of the type of new things that we can do, right? This automatic moving of ideas, for example, it's an interesting example. So there are some opportunities of these multi-channel processes. First of all, it's fairly obvious. You are diversifying, so you're creating multiple processes, and so you might basically engage different type of people that are interested in different things. You might create a process about beautification of the city and a process instead about security. And so you get different type of people. At the same time, you're also differentiating. So you have the same type of process, but you're creating different channel of engagement. Maybe you're targeting youth, you're targeting old people, you're creating different spaces that are ergonomically constructed, in particular to help that type of user. For example, when we were working in Milan, a lot of old people could not connect online. And so instead, we did participatory budgeting in the markets because those traditional markets that are in every district are mostly used by older people. We went in libraries. And so this is the idea. It's an old idea in participatory budgeting, but here it's systematized. It's to go where the people are, not ask them to come to you. And so this is an opportunity because it can promote higher number of participation, but also better quality in the sense of more diversity. Then there is an issue of efficiency. Obviously, integration would allow to share information across different systems. And so we'll promote, for example, that all the old ideas that were not approved in participatory budgeting or in an ideation platform can be moved to another space, can be shown to another group of people. Some participatory budgeting now have integration with crowdsourcing. And so the ideas that are not funded are moved to a crowdsourced platform, and they might get money to crowdsourcing. There is also an idea of greater resilience. And the idea there is that if you're using differentiation, and so you're targeting your participatory process to different type of people, youth, old women, people that live in one district or in the other, you might increase the resilience of your participatory process because one channel might fail. You might fail to engage a certain strata of the population, but you have engaged various strata with different strategies. And so the other strategies might work. The last one has a question mark. I'm using the language again of Graham Smith. We don't yet know the impact on democratic goods. By democratic goods, we mean all the things we care about of democratic innovation. So increasing the democracy of the city, increasing popular control, increasing the fact that we think more about policy, so consider a judgment, increasing transparency. This family of normative objectives, we call them democratic goods. We don't know yet what is the impact of this expansion of channel and integration. There is a fairly good assumption that probably a well-integrated system could promote more democratic goods. There are also some challenges the challenges are less talked about. Most of the literature and the practitioner white papers discuss, obviously, the advantages. There might be direct negative interaction among channels. So it might happen that one channel, it's more visible, it's more effective, and so it cannibalizes the resources to another, but the other is particularly important. And we have seen proto-example of this when online and hybrid participatory budgeting started to emerge. And we saw that a lot of resources were moved from face-to-face participatory budgeting to online ones. And that actually generated a conflict between the two channels. The face-to-face process lost power And at that point, there might be, it's not automatic that adding two things will create a better outcome, basically. We need to be very careful with the design, because in particular, we know that the people that participate in person are different to the one that participate online. And so the fact that we are cannibalizing the resources of the face-to-face channel means that we might basically undervalue the participant that participate traditionally face-to-face. So older people or people that do not have connection to internet. There is also a more subtle issue, and it's the possibility of participants free riding. So in particular, this occurs if there is differentiation and there are channels of engagement that achieve the same objective with less effort. So a typical example, again, comes from participatory budgeting, because participatory budgeting is a proto-participatory system. It's the most complex, or one of the most complex democratic innovations. So by itself is almost a system. And so when we saw, again, in Brazil, the first hybrid participatory budgeting, there were a lot of conflict between people that worked a lot face-to-face, participated in the meeting, came up with ideas, and then saw the ranking of their ideas and the project being approved, being, for their point of view, completely changed, because a lot of people just came at the last minute and voted online. And so the online platform, basically, for their point of view, had robbed them from all their work. And this is due to the fact that it's way easier to participate online in that type of design. And so it's something to consider when we design a participatory process. In fact, in Brazil, some cities have separated the two channels. They have a face-to-face PB with his own budget and an online PB with his own budget, in particular to avoid this type of conflict. The last one is the trickiest, and it's a general problem of democratic innovation. At the increase of complexity, we basically lose the ability of the participants to fully understand the mechanism. And so there is always the risk that the system becomes so complex that the participants lose their understanding of how the system works, why certain decisions are taken. And so the process loses legitimacy. It loses transparency and accountability. So it's something always to keep in mind, that maybe the design is amazing on paper, but it's so complex that nobody understands them at this moment. And so maybe we want to implement the process slowly and increase the complexity slowly, so that we create the capacity in the citizenship to understand. So I'm going to the next slide. And this is my last slide. So how can we optimize participatory systems? So the first thing to think about is that more channels is not always better. So there is this understanding among practitioners that the more is better, in particular with this concept of resiliency. If one channel fails, there is another one. Also, there is always a desire in cities to showcase this huge number of participants. But at times, if the channels actually enter in conflict, we might gain in quantity but lose in quality. We might lose some underrepresented part of the population. That participatory budgeting, for example, was the only tool that managed to engage them. So it's important not to think simply that the more is the better. Sometimes actually closing channels that underperform or generate conflict is the best choice. So when we design this system, we really need to think about the interaction among the various channels. One of the reasons why Porto Alegre worked so well was that the city closed all other channels through which interest groups could propose projects to the city. The only channel remaining was participatory budgeting. Anybody that wanted to propose a project had to go through participatory budgeting. And so by closing all the other channels, participatory budgeting became extremely empowered. So the second element to move forward is that the level of integration in most example right now is minimal. Most example usually are just a website with multiple channels. They don't even have integrated login. We are starting to see integrated login. For example, Milan used the digital identity of Italians, it's called SPID, to allow citizens to participate in all their channels. But that's a minimal integration. Like the example I made before of Lisbon, it's a more interesting type of integration. We know that these ideation platforms generate lots of ideas, and we lose all the ones that don't win, that don't get approved, but it's a pity. So having a system that is capable to maintain the history of ideas and maybe move it to different channels that are more appropriate is just the first idea of potential use of integration to promote efficiency. But you can come up, going forward, I hope we're going to come up with more and more ideas to promote integration. But other type of integration that were actually adopted in the Dominican Republic by a World Bank project was cross-selling. Every time a person was calling to the, at the time was a telephone number to report a problem in the city was also telling them about participatory budgeting. So that's a minimal example of integration, right? If the person is using an engagement to report a problem, a channel of engagement, and given they are clearly interested, you tell them to participate elsewhere. The last two parts are really about evaluation and so there's something that we really care about as researchers, but it's very important that they become more entrenched. We need more sensor within systems. So we need more mechanisms to collect data about the quality of participation in each of the channel of engagement so that we can evaluate their status and improve their design over time. Without sensors, it's really difficult to understand this very complex system, how they are interacting, what the channel is doing with respect to the overall system. And one important thing that is extremely rarely done is to introduce randomized controlled trials. So introduce a properly scientific method to test the implementation of different design of the systems. So divide the population in treatment and control group and use one type of system on half of the population and one other type of system on another type. They don't need to be guinea pigs. Participants can know that that's going on for the first year. It's a test. We are building together a new system. We are trying to improve. There was the proposal to introduce a new channel. We are going to test it just on half of our population to see how that works. And we're going to compare with the other half. If there is an improvement, the channel will be implemented. If not, we're going to keep the system as is. And the last part, obviously, is to introduce co-design at the systemic level. We have seen co-design in the small rule of participatory budgeting. This is a tradition of participatory budgeting. We ask civil society organization if, for example, the voting age, should 16-year-old vote or not? This is very traditional. It comes from Porto Alegre, New York City did it, Italian city do it. But for example, I've never seen a co-design process that asks the participants what should be online, what should be face-to-face, which phase of participatory budget should be online. Maybe some phases should just be face-to-face. Maybe we should not have a filtering phase. The moment in which we have collected ideas, we need to transform them in project and we need to discuss this moment with the city staff. That should not be online because it's less transparent. That should be a moment of face-to-face. Maybe the vote should be face-to-face because you want to promote more engagement in face-to-face neighbor. Anyway, this is a discussion that I've never seen occurring, but when we start thinking about co-design of system, we need to also think about this. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. These are the two papers I've used for this discussion. The first one is actually a book from Graham Smith, Democratic Innovation, and the second one is the paper that covers the discussion. Thank you very much. I am done.
Thank you very much. 네, 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful presentation, which were delivered under the title Integrating Multi-Channels of Engagement. And we were also able to recognize the evident benefits of engaging the youth in the system. Well, we are going through COVID pandemic, and it is of utmost importance for us to consider if we have to design PB online or virtually. That's something that we need to further discuss after listening to all other presentations. Please stay with us, Professor. Now let me introduce the second speaker, who's also connected from abroad. He will be presenting on new democratic institutions and the impact of PB on governance and well-being. Professor?
Great, thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here this evening or Saturday morning in Seoul. It's an honor to be with you. I've been following the PB cases in Seoul, in Korea, for much of the last 10 years. There was two excellent PhDs that were done in the United States, one by Juan No at Arizona State and one by Sean Cho at the University of Nebraska. So I feel like I became comfortable and knowledgeable about some of the processes that are going on in Korea. So it's a real honor to be here. Okay, so in my work, what I'm going to present today and what I'm going to talk about today is really shaped by two different types of questions, because a lot of my research over the last 15 or 20 years has tried to focus on these two questions. So the first question is, how can new democratic institutions contribute to the deepening of democracy? So this really gets to the heart of the reason why a lot of governments wanted to implement, or a lot of civil society organizations want to implement these programs, is they're trying to figure out ways to empower citizens, engage citizens, trying to think about how to move beyond the just electoral politics. And Paulo Spada mentioned that a little bit earlier, all the different ways that people are engaging. And the second question, can new democratic institutions improve people's lives? This question was drawn, or it came to me where when I was doing field research while I was a graduate student in southern Brazil in the city of Porto Alegre, a community activist came to me at a meeting and she said, is this program going to make our lives better? Is this program going to be worth the time and energy? And that's a question that stayed with me for years, to try to answer that, to try to figure out whether this is, make specific differences in people's lives. And one of the reasons I think that's a particularly important question today is there's a whole lot of debate in the United States, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, of a model that promotes democracy, democratic practices, and more technocratic authoritarian practices that are associated with places like China and its government. So this is, I think, a really important question to try to figure out, can democracy help improve people's lives? We have in this, in the way that I think about this and the way I want to present today is just really sort of four theoretical areas. I'm just going to mention these really, really briefly. In terms of the quality of democracy debate, a way to think about this is thin versus thick. So thin versions of democracy are those in which citizens vote on every 2 or 4 years. There's a little bit of engagement, but by and large, citizens aren't considered to be active participants in their political systems. Whereas a thick system of democratic practices, you have multiple forms of engagement where citizens can engage throughout the year. It's an ongoing, continual process. We can think about this in terms of social accountability and rights claiming, where citizens are trying to signal their preferences to the governments, make demands on the government in order to have programs be changed. In terms of civil society and the civil society debate, I think what's really important to ask is the extent to which citizens can engage political leaders on their own terms. So we avoid elite capture, where certain groups dominate. We avoid co-optation, where government may dominate. And we can think about citizens are able and free to both partner with government, but also to try to hold those government officials accountable, to try to point out wrongdoings, problems with both the program and with sort of broader sets of issue. The third issue, the third theoretical debate that I'm interested in is this issue around democratic governance. To what degree are citizens empowered? To what degree can citizens actually have a voice in the system that changes how governments behave? One of the key problems that I see with participatory budgeting as it's traveled around the world is it went from an institution in which citizens really made meaningful decisions to a much more consultative process where citizens have much more limited voice. So we switched for something, an institution that used to empower, to something much weaker. So that's something to keep in mind. And finally, the last theoretical debate is this issue around well-being, the extent to which individuals and communities' lives are improved by their participation. So what I want to talk about a little bit today is just sort of two different types of research projects I've done. I'm not going to have time to do it all, but sort of trying to think first and foremost is what explains the variation in the quality of programs, which I think is particularly relevant to Korea because the programs are mandated by the national government. So you can see a huge variation of quality of programs. And the second question is to try to think about how PB positively affects change. So one of the things that we see, and this is part of the reason that PB spread out across the world, is that PB really generates some really interesting findings. Lower income and poor residents were participating. You can see civil society was growing, it was more active. There were greater numbers of female participants. That was especially true in urban areas. Although interestingly, as you went up sort of power decision-making in the programs, they sort of switched from being more females participating to being more male-dominated. The fourth really early finding that was interesting was that governments were implementing public works in poor, underserved communities. So those groups that didn't really have access were getting access to public services. However, there's a huge variation in how these programs work. Some worked really well, some worked really poorly. Okay, and what I want to just lay out is that there was really sort of, I found sort of two really important factors that help to explain the core variation, the quality of how these programs function. There's other elements we can talk about in Q&A if people are interested, but two really important issues are the degree to which a mayoral administration and the bureaucracy, the civil servants, are really willing to delegate authority. Are they willing to sort of set parameters on how citizens can make decisions? But once those parameters are set, when citizens make decisions and choices, does the government implement that? And as the mayor's willingness to delegate authority to citizen increases, you then see a greater likelihood that the programs are going to be more successful. Citizens feel empowered, they feel like their time is worthwhile, they feel like this is something that has been beneficial to them. The other issue that I think is really important is that the citizens have this ability to carve out an autonomous space independent from direct government control. So it may be the form of sort of accountability, where they can sort of have independent a political dialogue, deliberation. It can involve sort of a contentious relationship where the government doesn't try to dominate them. And that's a really difficult relationship to establish because governments are oftentimes in competitive electoral environments, and the opening the system up to potential sort of disagreements, confrontation with civil society groups can be very, very difficult to sort of find the right balance between that. And I would say that's one of the reasons that these programs have considerable variation across the world is because it's difficult for mayors to be willing to give up authority to citizens, but also be willing to not try to then dominate those citizens. And sort of finding that balance is really important to do. Okay. So one of the things that so that was sort of a first research project I did to try to figure out what explains the variation in quality. The next big research project that I worked on was to try to figure out, do these programs matter in comparison to programs to cities that don't have programs? So if city A, which is very similar to city B, city A has a program and city B doesn't, do we see a difference in how those programs function? Do they change people's lives? We chose, and this is a couple of things, we looked at the case of Brazil. Paulo Espada was one of the people who helped collect data for the sort of the coverage of these programs. We see, so this is what I'm reporting today is between 1990 and 2010, and it was really trying to tease out different sets of outcomes among cities over 100,000 residents. So these are sort of towns and big cities in Brazil. And what we found is that the first important finding, I think, is that cities that adopted these programs in comparison to comparable cities had an increase in spending on health and sanitation. Governments changed their behaviors in response to the presence of this program. There was also an increase in the number of civil society organizations. Groups figured out that it was in their interest, it was to their advantage to implement, to engage in these programs. And what they did is they spent a lot of time working on them. A third factor, and this is sort of where a well-being factor comes in that was really important, is that we see there was a direct benefit, there's a decrease in infant mortality. And the reason that this is particularly important in Brazil is who was being invited in were poor people, oftentimes women, who were making claims around healthcare issues, sanitation. The government then spends more on healthcare and sanitation, and one of the results is then this is associated with this result of a decrease in infant mortality. These programs and these results get stronger over time. It jumps, you know, when you go from 1 year to 10 years, it goes, the increase in spending is 25%, civil society organizations up 19%, infant mortality decreases by 33%. So we see some pretty dramatic changes as governments begin to do these programs, okay? The other thing that this is particularly important and interesting is municipal governments in Brazil have the capacity to collect property taxes and sales tax. They do it with major variation. Some governments want to collect more, some governments want to protect certain landowners or certain businesses and don't collect as much. And what we discovered is that those governments that adopt these programs are much more successful at collecting property and sales tax. And this is sort of a matched case. Again, municipalities that are very, very similar, and this is a significant finding. And one of the reasons we think this occurs is that citizens are making claims on the government. The government acknowledges these claims. The government says it's going to do something about it, and then the government needs to go get the resources to do it. So one of the ways they get additional resources is they collect the taxes that are on the books. So I think that's another sort of significant finding from Brazil. Okay, we found, and sort of building off of this, that the PB rules matter. So Paulo Espada and a colleague of mine, we administered a survey to 115 PB cases in Brazil, and we were trying to sort of figure out how they did things differently. One of the key findings that we found is that those programs that use a social justice or redistribution rule set ended up having better results on these categories, on infant mortality and spending, civil society. And so what that meant was that as you sort of think about design and perhaps recreating, when resources are allocated, additional resources are allocated to underserved areas, it ends up having a positive effects on social outcomes. It encourages people to show up. It encourages people to engage, especially poor people who are oftentimes marginalized from the political system, and they can then turn and influence these outcomes. We also found in this that it was more important to build knowledge among community leaders than it was around the average participant. So by that we mean having workshops, information session, transparency, oversight session among leaders was much more important than just focusing on building sort of a base of knowledge among all participants. So leaders are key to this process. And we also found that the legislature having a little bit of a check, having a check on the system where they were involved was also important, was also associated with improvements in well-being. Okay, so what we find and what we argue in a series of papers is that when PB programs are well structured, have an institution set of rules that promotes sort of pro-poor policies, where the government invests in them, that you can have positive impacts on social well-being. One of the keys, it's better for communities to have participatory budgeting than not to have it, but it's also better to have one in which there's an active effort to try to create redistribution. On a sort of a last note, we published a book earlier this year, in July actually of 2021, Participatory Budgeting Global Perspective. I did publish it with 2 co-authors. And we did a regional analysis where we covered Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, North America and Europe as one chapter, and then we had a chapter on PB cases in Asia. And before this presentation, I was thinking a little about the Korea case, and we use a typology in the program, and we think about this as sort of a mandated program in which the federal government requires it. And in other places like Peru and Poland, Dominican Republic, there's been tremendous variation. So I think one of the lessons, thinking about the Korean case, the amount of knowledge that I have on it, is like trying to figure out the incentive structures for civil society organizations and governments to be involved in the program is a crucial part of improving the program. Trying to make sure that governments want to be involved, trying to make sure that it's in their interest, and trying to make sure that citizens think of it as an empowering experience rather than just some sort of checkbox. So just to conclude here, because I think I'm pretty much at time. I think that one of the broadest lessons is that the investment of time and energy in participatory and institutions and technical social programs appears to be justified. There's a stronger impact when the government is interested, and that would sort of be, I think, crucial for the national government in Korea as well as local governments to try to figure out how to incentivize local governments to do it. And we find that these institutions can build and strengthen communities. So on that note, I will finish for today, and thank you very much. I was really happy to be participating in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. You talked about PP, and the topic of your presentation was impact on governance and well-being. You also shared your paper, and it was impressive that you also followed Korea's PB cases. And it was very interesting to see that how you see the government programs incorporating innovation. Now moving on to the next presentation, the next speaker will talk about PB in comparison, collective empowerment, and popular control. Professor Matt Ryan will speak. He has joined us online. Professor, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure. So you can hear me too, I hope. I'm also at the University of Southampton. I work with Paulo Spada there, and I'm going to talk about collective empowerment and popular control, which are two things Paulo and Brian both spoke about in their presentations. I always like to start off with a little bit about what motivates my research. So I do a lot of different research, but the key puzzle, and both the other speakers talked about the key puzzles that they focus on. The key puzzle I focus on is how we give people control over decisions that affect our lives. So I think that works across everything I do. And what I'm really interested in is how high quality, rigorous, robust, engaged research can contribute to that. So how we can have research findings that are useful for people to be able to think about how they design participation, and how we can design politics in a more data-driven but also engaged way. So most of what I'm going to talk about today comes from a recently published book. I was actually looking earlier, and it was published on the same day as Brian Wamford's and Edith's book. So it was a real big day for publishing and participatory budgeting. But the question I ask in this book is, when and how do citizens gain control over decisions in PB? So we know that some PB cases are quite successful. We see citizens gaining control for at least long periods of time over a number of years. But we also know that some cases really fail, right? They often lead to greater disengagement and return of clientelistic practices. So I wanted to know why this happens in some cases and why it doesn't in others. So what I did was I compared 30 cases worldwide, which I'll talk a bit more about. This is because we've seen over the number of years where there's been scholarship on PB. There's been a lot of good ethnographic scholarship where people have gone in and made detailed descriptions of what's happened in cases, and I wanted to systematically compare that research. So I focus on 4 things that I'll go over briefly and then tell you about the findings of the research. But they're probably the 4, from what I can see, are the 4 main predictors that people have put forward for why cases of citizen participation succeed or fail. So the first one is leaders committed to participation, that's political leaders. Second is having the support of bureaucracy or maybe NGOs or other staff involved in delivering the program. Third is the financial support and the means for spending on programs and implementing projects. And so the third and the fourth is the civil society support and demand for participation. So I'll go over those briefly and then I'll come back to talking about the findings. So first thing is, what do I mean by citizen control? Well, it's kind of obvious to say that we're talking about democratic participation. We're not talking about mere consultation and just people giving some ideas. We're talking about people having some control over decisions. It's where ordinary people become authors of budgets. And I think what's important for me for PB is this becomes a regular expectation. So even though we've seen in Porto Alegre that no longer they have the kind of participatory budgeting really in the way that they had it, at least for a number of years, citizens could genuinely expect that every time they turned up, they were deciding on projects that would be implemented over the next year, and they could have that expectation. It's also important for me that citizen control involves agenda setting power. It's not just that PB is constricted over one area. We know, if you know anything about government, you know that implementing policies in one area spill over to implementing policies in another. So it's important that in any kind of PB, citizens can at least think about how their decisions move across different domains of policy making, and obviously having decision-making power and having decisions that are open to all, so that even marginalized groups are reached out to and connected in. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. When does that happen vis-a-vis when these things do not happen? So the first key predictor is whether you have political leaders committed to participation. I think it's always worth saying that what we're talking about here is a fairly rare event. People who have power rarely give it away. Now, citizens, we know, are quite skeptical and cynical about politicians, but anyone who's worked with political leaders know that a lot of them are quite committed, and they're not all bad. But obviously, politicians work in situations where their ideological commitments, their other commitments mean that they have constraints on what they can decide. And that might mean that they commit to participatory programs to differing degrees. So that's the first thing I look at. What are the differing degrees and what's their influence on the success of the program? The second area, which I think it's in almost all accounts of participatory budgeting, talk about the bureaucratic support, but they don't always think about it as a key factor, and it's surprisingly absent as a factor explaining outcomes when people summarize their research. We know that bureaucratic staff and civil servants are key to implementing and making policy. So I've got this picture here, which looks like a kind of a boring, stale, empty vessel, and some people think of bureaucracies in that way, but anyone who's worked in public administration or studied it knows that actually these people are people with different goals, motivations, and making important decisions all the times about how policies actually work. So really, I was also interested in how does that interact with other predictors. The third one, which we've talked about already, is civil society, and we know that famously people would say that power concedes nothing without a demand. So for lots of the democratic gains that we've seen in advanced democracies, it's been people organizing together and demanding that their rights are recognized and that they can participate. So what level of vibrancy and what capacity of citizen society matters for PB outcomes? Finally, perhaps the most obvious constraint is the finance available. So finance is an obvious constraint on PB systems, both in terms of how what money can be spent on delivering some of the good kind of high-tech and engaged PBs that Paolo might have talked about. But also, like Brian talked about, in different places, the ability to raise taxes or to use them, or the different incentives for governors might mean that they have different spending that they have to implement. So those variants are what I want to talk about. So what I did was I compared 30 cases, and you can see here a map of the cases. Of course, this is not a representative sample of the world. So for example, you cannot see Korea on the map. But the reason for that is that what I wanted to look at was the cases that have had the most written about them and have the most in-depth data available on what happened within the cases. So we have a number of cases in Latin America where PB earlier originated, then moving to Europe, and some of the more recent cases in North America. Actually, like as Brian Wamper said about some of the PhD dissertations, the Korean cases are probably the closest ones to having enough information to be included in a study like this, but there just wasn't enough to include them in this study. So I hope maybe we can work with Korean colleagues later to include them in another iteration. It's also worth saying that I won't go into it here, but I used some sophisticated tools for doing systematic comparison using qualitative data using set theoretic methods. So if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to follow up with them later. But I think for now, I'd like to just talk about the findings, the comparative findings. So there's a few key findings that pop out of this when you compare across cases. The first really important finding is that contrary to a lot of what is said in the literature, I find no single necessary condition for achieving or negating citizen control across these cases. There's a big caveat there, and that's that this only holds for the short term. But what that means is that if someone says to you that you cannot do participatory budgeting in X circumstances, I don't think that's really true, because in all of those 30 cases that I looked at, there are examples where if you have strong participatory leadership and you still have good or bad outcomes, you have weak participatory leadership and you still have good or bad outcomes, and that goes for all the conditions. So we don't find any single necessary condition that holds always across space and time. The caveat is that over the long term, you do need the participatory leadership. So there are a couple of cases that sustain good outcomes in the very short term without strong participatory leadership, and these are cases like Buenos Aires in its short term before it became really a failed case, and also an example is the Toronto community housing case in a housing corporation, where sometimes because politicians were looking the other way, it actually allowed the staff people to implement good outcomes over time. But after a few years, you really need to get the politicians on board, otherwise it will fail. Then if we think about what are the combinations of conditions that lead to successful outcomes, well, I have three different answers to that. So the first answer is the most consistent combination of conditions that lead to good outcomes is where political leadership is combined with bureaucratic capacities and support for programs and civil society demands. So in other words, all actors are dedicated to function, and this is consistent across all the cases. Here, finance becomes irrelevant to a great extent. So once you can mobilize all the actors, even under financial constraints, you get good outcomes. And there are a few examples there of cases where this happens. So Porto Alegre is one, but also Recife under the PT and Cusco and João Malavat. That's important. That holds across all the cases, but it only explains a small number of cases. There are other successful cases that are not explained by this model. So how else does this happen? There are two equal models of success that actually include many more cases and better explain success across all the cases. However, the caveat here is that they also explain some cases where PB fails. But there are two different paths. They both involve leadership committed to participation, but in one case, they'll involve the leadership in addition to very committed staff people and bureaucrats. So what you tend to see here are cases where an alternative or flexible administration tends to build civil society through the PB. So these are often cases of medium-sized cities in Brazil or in South America. So it might suggest that in a medium-sized city, there is some option for building civil society through the PB in some ways. And these are all relatively successful cases, although there are some outliers. There are one or two outliers here that have the same combination. Civil society and the money to spend is not so important here. On the other hand, you can also get kind of large cities, which are big metropolises really, where just combining political leadership and the financial basis to spend on programs leads to really good outcomes also. So you can see that in larger cities, you have a way to potentially bypass other problems by throwing money at the problem, essentially. Okay. Why do systems fail? Two clear models why systems fail. One is if you have the absence of participatory leadership, that explains a lot of cases where PB fails. So with the absence of leadership, almost always you will have failure. The other interesting case is even where you have participatory leaders who are committed to participation, if you are absent of all those other three conditions, you will also universally end in a failure. Okay, so you will have disenchantment and a return to clientelism, and this is what the data shows. So overall, just to kind of summarize, there's a question about, and the others have touched on this, we might talk about it in discussion. There's a question about whether we can kind of accommodate both wide and narrow definitions of successful citizen control. The first model I showed you is a really narrow definition and the most radical kind of citizen control that's consistent across all cases. You need those three actors together involved supporting participation. But perhaps a more realist definition, which allows more cases to be considered cases of citizen control, allows for some alternative paths to the outcome. One thing that's still difficult to identify with the data that I have is what happens why do systems fail when participatory leaders are there? We know they fail when all the other conditions are absent, but there are some cases where some of those conditions are present and they still fail. So that's something I can't explain just yet. But in summary, those are the different paths to the outcome. And I think I'm 1 minute left. So just to summarize, when you get participatory leadership combining with bureaucratic support for PB programs and civil society demand, you get citizen control of PB consistently. But almost always also, if you get participatory leadership interacting with strong bureaucratic support, or you get participatory leadership interacting with financial basis to spend on programs, you also get citizen control of PB. The caveat is that there are one or two outliers covered by that explanation. So I'll finish there. If you're interested in some other projects that we are involved in, for example, Paolo mentioned Participide.net, I'd be very interested to hear more about that, and there are some links there for people that want to follow up. Thanks very much.
Thank you. 네, 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor. Collective distribution of rights through PB was such an interesting topic that we would like to discuss during a general discussion session. Well, now we are waiting for the last presentation to be delivered. But before we ask for the delivery, we would like to remind you that this forum is being held virtually, being strictly pursuant to all preventive and quarantine measures of COVID-19 by wearing masks. Now let me introduce the last speaker who will be delivering the presentation on political efficacy and democracy from the grassroots level, which is edited by Mr. Hiroki Miura, Mr. Lee Tae-dong, and Mr. Kim Woo-young, all professors, and Professor Kim will begin up first.
I'm also moderator of this session. And as you can see, we have three co-presenters. And I think it's better to start with Dr. Hiroki Miura's presentation, and then move on to Professor Lee Tae-dong's presentation. And I'll take up the last part of the presentation. So please go ahead, Dr. Hiroki Miura.
Okay, thank you. I'm Hiroki Miura from the research team. Our research topic is a resident self-governance association in Seoul, South Korea, which is called Jumin Jachihwae in Korean. So let me begin by the brief introduction of RSA, Resident Self-Association Governance Association in Seoul. RSAs have been introduced and implemented in Seoul in a step-by-step manner since 2017. And about 400 RSA will be established for all community in Seoul by 2022, next year. Their purpose and basic functions include self-governance of and public-private participation for Dong local community, which is a sub-district community with about 20,000 population. Problem solving through the residents' collective deliberation and annual general meeting, and the utilization of resident tax and integration of participatory budgeting, community planning, regional innovation program, and other the public policy for community provided by Seoul Metropolitan government and the district government. If we look at the average operation of RSAs, about 45 members of executive committees were elected in one RSA through voluntary candidacy and drawing lots. This executive committee was subdivided into 6 subcommittees, and each delivered community issues for about 6 months. That means that the RSA has educational committee, the environmental committee, cultural committees, and so on. 2.4% of total population participated in annual general meeting, including online prior voting, which means about 400 to 500 residents participated in the RSA's general meeting. And about the $50,000 were allocated to implementing the 8 community agendas by the majority vote. The top agenda includes complex agenda, culture and art, community infrastructure, environment, and so on. These pictures I took are about the general meeting of RSA, and also the many student groups and cultural groups participated in the general meeting of the RSA. The last one is provided by the Seoul Metropolitan government, and this year most of the RSA are operating in the online base. However, if you look at the local democracy in Seoul from a broad perspective, there are many problems. For example, while the number of the civic organizations in Seoul continues to increase, the Seoul citizens' trust on neighbors is actually decreasing. The Seoul citizens' empathy for the socially vulnerable people maintained still the same level. Now the Seoul Metropolitan government continue to introduce many institutions for improving local governance. So the strategic and effective inclusive operation of RSAs is needed in order to boost Seoul's local democracy. Then our research object is to answer to the questions of what factors affect the political efficacy of participation of RSAs, how can we enhance it? As the theoretical perspective, our research includes the local democracy models and the political efficacy. Specifically, we focus on the political efficacy, which is understood as the citizens' inner self-empowerment. This is a feeling that the political and the social change is possible, and that the individual citizens can play a part in bringing about this change. So our research objective again is how to the element affect the citizens, the political efficacies, and how to increase it. So now we'd like to introduce our detail of our research and by the Professor Itaedon.
Yes, our research question is what factor affect the political efficacy? Political efficacy means two dimension here, two variable. First, to what extent the people feel that their activity benefit community. We call it community benefit. Second aspect of political efficacy is to what extent people feel that they can make consensus building. We call it consensus building. So there are four sets of theoretical factors that determine or influence local political efficacy. First one is the socio-economic status, such as education and income level. Second one is social capital. We can say that the network and norms and social trust. The third factor we emphasize on the importance of this, the substance, engagement, and interaction of citizens. And the institutional structure and environment also can influence the political efficacy. So here are four hypotheses: the higher level of socio-economic background and social capital, and participation in RSA, and higher evaluation and support, and institutional design are likely to have higher political efficacy. We analyzed the survey data conducted in December 2019 by Seoul Community Service Center. In the survey, we have 1,300 participants to the RSA in 2017 and 2019. So I know this is the regression table. We use the multi-level order logic model because the RSA is nested within district. So we have four models. Model 1 and 2 is the dependent variable is satisfaction. The model 3 and 4 is political efficacy. Model 3 is about the community benefiting. Model 4 is community consensus building. So Model 1 and 2 difference because Model 2 include district variable as well. So this table shows that whether and to what extent the citizen participating in RSA feel that the RSA formation process are really reasonable, and cooperation among members and citizen-led decision is a pretty important factor that influence the positive political efficacy. And also we can find that the budget supporting for the planning also important factor that explain the positive and significant factor for political efficacy and satisfaction. One interesting thing that the social capital barrier, we use two things. One is the trust in neighborhood and number of say hi neighbors. Not about the loosely just saying hi, but or to what extent the participant trust the neighborhood is pretty important factor to explain all the satisfaction and to political efficacy, which is community benefiting and the community consensus building. We also can see the visualization of the variable. Each figure say that first one is about the process, second one is about the institution and support, third one is the social capital. We can see that those who agree the citizen-led decision become higher, then we can see that the higher probability of political efficacy, in this case a community benefit. Also, we can see the pretty similar pattern in budget support and trust in neighborhood.
Okay. Well, this is discussion and conclusion part of our presentation. So as you can see, South Korea, since democratization, Seoul Metropolitan government has taken a lead in the endeavor for local democracy. And there are multiple channels of citizen participation, such as, in addition to PB, there are neighborhood community program, visiting community service center, community planning project, community innovation program, and so on. But we focused on RSA as the most recent and ambitious efforts to promote citizen participation at the grassroots level. Professor Paolo mentioned about multiple channels and the issue of integration. Probably this is an effort to integrate these various forms of citizen participation at the grassroots level. So our research question has to do with key factors and enabling conditions for local political efficacy. So our dependent variable is local political efficacy. You can study democratic goods, social well-being, and other aspects of PB, but we focus on local political efficacy measured by perception on and satisfaction with participatory governance at the grassroots level, as you heard from Professor Tae-dong Lee. So we have these four contending and complementary hypotheses in our mind: socioeconomic, cultural, institutional, and voluntarist. All factors affect local political efficacy, but we particularly pay attention to the voluntarist factors in terms of process and experience. Voluntary and frequent participation, experience of collaboration and citizen-led decision, and so on. These are voluntary factors for us, and they matter a lot. So this result reminds me of, Carol Pateman's classic book on participatory democracy, where she emphasizes educational effects of participation. For a more recent research, Angel and Gash presented this model of collaborative governance. And in their model, actually this is a model developed on other existing literature on collaborative governance. So in general, scholars focus on and emphasize institutional, structural, and leadership factors. But above all, they draw our attention to the importance of process factor, particularly cyclical and virtuous effects of process itself within the model. So I think our result seems to support this particular hypothesis. So all in all, our study reveals or backs up Seoul Metro government's experiment with RSA, and it reveals that it works. The experiment works and has contributed to building local political efficacy. Secondly, socioeconomic and cultural factors matter, but their effects are not deterministic nor decisive. Of course, thirdly, institutional design and institutional support is important. We need to work on this institutional aspect of citizen participation. But above all, the process and experience of participation and collaborative governance within RSA is an essential part of the story. So our plan is to do more research, particularly more in-depth case studies, so that we can identify and illuminate on particular practices and strategies of RSAs to build local political efficacy. Thank you.
네, 교수님 발표 잘
Thank you very
들었습니다. 세
much
분
for the
교수님의
presentation. We heard from 2 professors and 1 doctor. Thank you very much for the presentation. So now we would like to move on to an in-depth discussion of the presentations. We will have the panel discussion. Once again, I would like to introduce the moderator and the panelists. First, we have with us Professor Kim, who will moderate the session. And we would like to invite back Dr. Paulo Spada, Professor Brian Wampler, and Professor Matt Ryan. I'm sure that you are still online. And we have with us Professor Lee Tae-dong as well as Dr. Miura. And please participate in the panel discussion session by uploading questions on YouTube. We will select questions and send you gifts. So be the winner of the gifts. Now, The floor is yours, Professor Kim. Yes. So I would like to speak in Korean for a few minutes and then talk in English. It's a shame that we don't have enough time for the panel discussion. Well, we've been covering different topics over the 2 days, and I think the one that we are dealing with right now is the most academic out of the many topics that we will be covering, because we have invited prestigious scholars from Korea as well as other countries, including Dr. Miura and Dr. Paulo Spada and Professor Wampler and Ryan, who have been studying this topic for a very long time in depth. So this has huge academic significance. And of course, PB is the main topic of this forum, but we have to move beyond that and talk about democratic innovation, because that is what we need right now. Dr. Paulo Spada talked about multi-channel democracy, and I think that concept is closely related to the innovative democracy that I just mentioned, and other professors also shared cases of other countries, and you are well aware of how democracy is being innovated around the world. So we have to go beyond our PB scheme and talk in depth about how we can achieve innovative democracy. So we don't have enough time, but I would like to ask two common questions for all the speakers. First of all, about Seoul. Seoul is a metropolitan city, as you know. We have a population of over 10 million. Of course, we've heard cases from other countries as well, but PB of metropolitan cities can be different in different aspects. So what can we learn from other examples, given that Seoul is a metropolitan city? That is my first question. And we had three presenters from Korea, and we have this municipal PB here in Korea. So if you have any suggestions to make for Korea, that would be nice. And secondly, I would like to talk about the enabling factors for the success of PB. So is it about solving problems, or is it about a deepening democracy, or is it about true democracy, or problem solving, or efficient PB? So we can take different approaches, but what can we do to achieve PB in its true sense? And if time is allowed, then we can talk about IT and digitalization of PB. So maybe Dr. Paulo, you can go first, followed by Professor Wampler and Professor Ryan. And can you please be brief with your answers, because we don't have much time.
Please, go ahead.
I'll do my best to say something about the question. First of all, I'm not familiar with the case of Seoul. I just have a PhD student studying it, but I'm not in that familiar. So take what I'm saying and adapt it to your local condition, because it might not work. So we have been recently studied the approaches that the different regions of Italy have taken at promoting democracy. We have compared 5 regions in Italy. And so the scale of a metropolitan city like Seoul is basically the scale of a region of Italy. One interesting finding that we generated with this study was the difference between centrifugal and centripetal incentive. So some regions said you have to do participatory budgeting. Some other region instead said you have to constantly innovate. It doesn't matter which democratic innovation you're doing. And what we found interestingly is that actually this focus on constant innovation was kind of detrimental Paradoxically, because people at the lower level, so in smaller district or municipality of Tuscany or other places, were pushed to constantly change innovation to acquire the incentive from the top. So it's when you're designing this type of top-down incentive to promote participation, and it will take a lot of time to enter in detail, but I think it's important to keep in mind the fact at the local level. So I think that I'm going to stop there because I'm sure the others have more things to say. And I'm going to pass to Brian.
Great, thanks, Paulo, and thanks for the question. So one of the areas sort of to try to think about moving sort of beyond sort of a technocratic or a real sort of heavy governance system would be to think about who are the types of citizens that are engaging, who are participating. So I think it's really important, especially after 10 years of a program, to identify is this community associations that are sort of well known in the community, and would there be an opportunity to bring in new types of actors? So for example, would it be feasible to do a PB youth program? Cities like Boston and Seattle in the United States, they have chosen to focus on programs that sort of focus on 16 to 25-year-olds because they have a different sort of way of engaging in public. They have a different sense of interest. So, so experimenting with different forms of engagement and recruitment would be one possible way to sort of deepen the quality and the breadth of the democracy. Another way goes a little bit with what Matt Ryan was saying earlier, and is thinking about the bureaucracy. So if the bureaucracy is central to this process, how can the bureaucratic state support democracy? And it may be a function of trying to create incentives to encourage bureaucratic units to support this more. So a little bit of a competition between the bureaucratic units. So those governments that, or those agencies that are investing more time and resources, they're rewarded by having more and additional resources. So I think being creative along those ways to sort of think about how you can sort of pull back and have more citizens being involved. And then I think the final point that I want to make is that we really need to think about how sort of established organizations that carry the system can give way. And it's a little bit with PB Youth, but it's giving way a little bit by including immigrants or excluded communities or the youth, sort of non-traditional actors. And so there it has to be a dialogue between the government and some of the more established organizations to figure out who could have more space, who those groups could make way for in order to create opportunities for new actors to emerge on the scene. Because that's, we go back, that's one of the things that was really exciting about the existing program, the early programs, is it was new actors on the scenes, new types of actors. And it'd be interesting to sort of figure out after 10 years if you can revitalize by including different sorts of actors. So I'll stop here and turn it over to Professor Ryan. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks for these are really great questions. So in some ways, the answers to this have to be unsatisfactory because we just don't really know yet. We haven't had enough time to study processes that go on this long or study enough big metropolitan areas. But I totally endorse what Paulo and Brian have said. I think evaluation is really important, and kind of refreshing the PB is really important, and thinking about who those marginalized groups are and getting them in. I suppose we can only give indicative answers to the question about the different logics of PB. I think what's interesting is that many people are looking for different kind of outcomes because the kind of concept of democracy that we have is different for everybody. So some people want to build a vibrant civil society, other people want to think about empowerment through the state, involving people more and engaging with the state. I think it's just to kind of think about what you're lacking at any one time and think about how to improve and buttress that part that's lacking within a participatory program would be one way about it. And in terms of the metropolitan governments and the size of Seoul, I think it's a really good question. We're going to have to look at Seoul and ask those questions and look at places like Paris that are now doing PB and other large cities. And we have only indicative answers. It seems to be that keeping that high level of finance and that political will. So obviously we know from one of the questions that we know from being political scientists is that, you know, you have maybe stronger political competition in bigger cities, and you tend to have really strict and kind of huge changes in governance from time to time, and so it might be more difficult at times in democracies to kind of keep the PB going in the face of political competition. So I think those are the things to be wary of, and I'd be interested to see how that plays out. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Next,
Yes.
we have a question or comment from Professor Taedong Lee. Please go ahead.
Okay, the implication of PB application in metropolitan area like Seoul. So I think that we can consider four things. First, we could have many diversities. We could have about 400 or 500 different diverse PB program or RSA that reflect the local uniqueness. So we can have a lot of, second, we can have a lot of experimentation. Then experimentation, we can have innovation. Sometimes we can fail, but if the process is transparent and accountable, then we have a lot of things. We can see the success and failure in PB application and RSA. Third, and through this experimentation and innovation, we can realization the PB application, innovation, and experimentation. So then we can see that what are the enabling factors and what are the kind of failing factors as well. Then we can spread out our finding. So in that case, the researcher like us is pretty important. The role of research is pretty important. You know, archiving and the research this process and also the causal mechanism of success or failure of PB and the RSA is pretty important as well.
Okay, I have something to say about Seoul, but I'll try to ask a question instead, more specific question. Okay, this may be too specific, but Matt, Professor Ryan, you mentioned about the importance of political leadership. Probably that's necessary factor, necessary condition, whereas the other two conditions are sufficient conditions. Now in Seoul, we have a new mayor. But it was under previous mayor Park Won-sun that we've had stride for citizen participation at the grassroots level for the last 10 years, okay? But it was under, Mayor Oh Se-hun had been a mayor before Park Won-sun. So he came back as a new mayor. It's, so my question, and under his previous leadership, under Mayor Oh Se-hun's previous leadership, he promoted sort of citizen participation project called Oasis for 10 million Seoul citizens. Probably it's a prototype PB. Now he came back. And what can you give us some lessons about this leadership transition and sustainability of a participatory budget? So my question, in other words, is about what happened in Porto Alegre after Olivia Dutra. No, the PB started when PT, the Workers' Party, came to power, and Olivia Dutra became mayor. After him, what happened? Now, in our case, it's a little complicated, different, but still we had this leadership transition very recently. What can you say us about the importance of leadership and leadership transition, political power, and so on? Please, go ahead.
Are you asking me specifically, or should I go first and then?
Yes,
yeah,
please. Right. Yes.
Let's do that. So, look, this is a really, really interesting question, and actually, I think Paulo and Brian could speak even better to some of the cases in Brazil where this has happened, where Brazil is probably the oldest versions of PB, so they've seen either PB dropping off, and there are some cases where you have PB and it goes away. There's people researching this in Portugal where you have PB where it goes away and it comes back. So they look at the death of PB, or they look at the resurrection of PB, they call it. Giovanni Allegretti is talking later at this forum, so he can talk to that. Look, I think the thing to say would be there's two different things that can happen, right? So one is, does the PB sustain under changes in political leadership? And then another question is, does participation sustain under changes in leadership? The research in Brazil on Porto Alegre and some researchers in Brazil have done really good work on it. One of the interesting things is it seems that the informality within Porto Alegre about the process, that it wasn't, parts of it weren't set in stone because the civil society didn't want them, was what led to it being easily to dismantle in the end, because there weren't legal provisions. A lot of it was built around engaged civil society on the streets doing things. So that's one explanation that's been given. I don't think it's the total explanation. But it's a very difficult question. I think the key thing is to get those other conditions strengthened so that it's very difficult for a political leader to be able to make choices that undermine the PB if the PB is strong. But that's my best answer. I don't know if the other panelists have another answer.
Thank you. Anything else from Professor Spada and Professor Rempler?
Yeah, let me just jump in really quick. So one of the things that I was just going to say is that it's really important to look at the political coalition that it backs the mayor. So in the case of Porto Alegre, they had a similar coalition across 4 mayors. And so for 4 mayors, it was really similar. And so there was a lot of support. But once that coalition associated with the Workers' Party, once they lost power, you see a really different configuration of participatory budgeting. So the question that I would start with asking my soul is, what's the political coalition that supports the current mayor, and to what degree is that mayor going to sort of emphasize and try to use PB as a mechanism to build or strengthen his own base of support? So I don't know if they're from the same parties, but if they're from the same parties, that would sort of that would suggest that it would be an easier transition between the current mayor and the last mayor, because they would sort of have a similar similar ideology or similar base of support to build. So that's where I would start to sort of think about the electoral incentives and the governing incentives for an incumbent mayor.
Thank you. Anything you would like to comment?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. I think it's also fine not to fetishize one model. So it is fine if after 8 years or 12 years, participatory budgeting is not working anymore, and we need to switch and do something else. And there was a lot of debate about institutionalization, but sometimes through institutionalization, we actually depower the process. That's happened sometimes. And so again, it's a matter of design and thinking about the moment we are and the objective that we're trying to achieve. And so sometimes maybe it's the time to close participatory budgeting and do something else. I know that maybe it's not the most glamorous thing to see in a meeting about participatory budgeting, but again, if you think in terms of system and all the possible channels of engagement, maybe it comes the time to try something else or pause participatory budgeting for a while, because those financial constraints are a big issue. A lot of participatory budgeting processes in Brazil, that is the country that has the longest history, enter in trouble due to financial shocks because there were too many ideas that were carried over that were not implemented. And so starting to think about participatory budgeting with different cycles, instead of being every year, that might be too costly, too problematic, every 2 years, or changing it to every 3 or every 4. So that was the comment I wanted to add, because the other two were already covered before.
Thank you. 마지막에 우리말로 조금 말씀.
Yes, lastly, I would like to say a few words in Korean. Well, yesterday, Mayor Oh, during the opening ceremony, talked about the 10 million oasis and said that he will support PB going forward. And under the leadership of Mayor Oh, I look forward to seeing promotion of PB in Seoul. And with that, I would like to wrap up this session. I would like to thank the speakers from home and abroad for their participation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for that, Professor Kim, for the closing remark. Thank you very much for moderating the session, Professor Kim. I believe it was very late in the States because of the time difference. So thank you very much for joining us in such a late hour. And thank you very much, audience from home and abroad, for leaving us comments on YouTube. That now draws an end to session 2 of the day 2 of the forum. We will have a lunch break and resume at 1:40 Korea time. Please come back at 1:40 for session 3. We will see you later. Thank you.
모든 for now. It's so hard to be near you, make it hard for me to breathe. And I can't stand to see you smile, 'cause it kills me from within. Your voice is like an arrow that pierces me through the heart. And your touch is like fire that will burn my skin. I wish that I could say what I really feel, 'cause I'm in love with you. Yeah, I'm in love with you. I know I'm not supposed to be, but I am. I'm in love with you. It's so hard to see you when you are with him. It's so hard to hear you when he makes you laugh. The ring around your finger is a noose around my neck that tightens with every hour and every day that passes by. If only you could see that it should be you.
Hello, good morning.
'Cause I'm in with you. Yeah, I'm in love with you. I know I'm not supposed to be, but I am. I'm in love with you.
PC가 나나 마이크 소리 안 나요.
citizen forum and forum and citizens participation. It's now time to start the second day, and it's afternoon session. Well, now we are about to start session 3, which will be talking about the successful settlement of PB system, and we will also delve into the discussion for the future direction of future governance. And let me firstly introduce the moderator of this session 3, who will be touching upon the direction and the meaning of PB system, Mr. Im Sung-il, Vice Director of the Korean Regional Administrative Research Institute. Well, PB system got started firstly in 1989 in Porto Alegre, city of Brazil. And since that time, during the past 30 years, it has been expanded globally, and including Korea, many countries and cities are operating PB system, which is a it's automotive power for the democracy, and it's also a catalyst for the democratic governance. Its basic values are democratic dialogue and reliability, communication, and the value of dialogue is highly appreciated along with the social inclusion, and that drives a change in decision power and decision process of budget planning, and which is quite original by determining newly the relationship between citizens and citizens and citizens and governments. And with that importance as the subject for discussion, we, through this session, would like to share the experience of PB system of Korea, and we will also have a look at the current status in an objective manner of PB system, and I would like to listen to 4 presentations and 3 panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction of the session, and we look forward very much to the fruitful outcome of the session. And without further ado, would like to invite the first speaker, who will be speaking about the policy and the improvement proposals for PB system by Mr. Oh Byung-kwon from the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Oh Byung-kwon. I'm Director General at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. It's a great honor to be able to talk about Seoul's PB here at Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. I would like to talk about the achievements of PB and how we can promote PB going forward. And I hope that my presentation will contribute to the development of PB in Korea. So I would like to talk about the 243 municipal level PBs in Korea. I would like to give you an overview of the status of the PBs and tell you the prospects. First off, I would like to talk about the significance behind the adoption of PB. So as of 2021, our budget finance for the public administration was 260 trillion, which is quite huge. Then how can we use this public finance to improve the lives of the citizens and for the community? Of course, everyone at the city hall as well as the municipal city halls are working very hard. However, it is quite important that we use the budget wisely for the community and for the residents. So that would be the motivation behind the adoption of PB. So to acknowledge the residents who are excluded from the budgeting process as key stakeholders or actors, and increase fiscal effectiveness and make budget policy decisions that reflect the opinions of local residents, prevent budget waste, and make sure that citizens are involved in the decision-making process. We also need a framework act that governs this type of activity. So the law is Local Finance Act. If you look at Article 39, then it stipulates everything about the budgeting, execution, settlement of accounts, and budgetary feedback. So it includes the entire process. At the same time, public hearings, workshops, surveys, and tenders are some of the channels for participation. And under the Finance Act is the enforcement ordinance. Then let us look at how we have been developing PBs in Korea. So this was first introduced in 2005, and in 2011, PB was made mandatory in Korea. In 2014, we made sure that resident opinions were submitted to the budgeting plan. And in 2018, we expanded the scope of resident participation to the entire budgeting process and laid the groundwork for the establishment of a PB body. And last year, we disclosed the operation status of PB and opinions of the residents. Let us now look at the status of operation of PBs in Korea. So this is as of 2020. Of course, we need bodies as well as committees that can run PBs across the nation. So what we have 17 cities and provinces that have sub-bodies such as subcommittees and committees. And most cities and districts have set up subcommittees and local resident groups. And counties have mostly launched committees, but they don't really have local resident groups in place. So nationwide, about 9 counties do not have PB bodies. However, we can say that most of the cities as well as districts and counties have committees and subcommittees about PBs. Then now let us look at the channels for participation for the residents. As I said, we have public hearings, workshops, surveys, tenders, and resident referendum. But this is led by public bidding. So because projects are mostly proposed through public biddings. So 88.1% goes to tenders, 64.6% surveys, 37.9% to referendums. Now let us look at the past achievements of PBs in Korea. Of course, we laid the legal and institutional framework. As I said, we have the Local Finance Act as the framework act, and we have the relevant ordinance. So this is between 2018 and 2020. And whereas we focused on budgeting in the past, now residents can participate at each stage of the budget process, which includes not only budgeting, but also execution and budgetary feedback. At the same time, now, whereas the residents only participated in the major projects, now they can participate in all projects. And at the same time, we expanded the scope of disclosure, including the status of PB operation. And when we set the budget, each year, now each county or municipal governments have to follow the budgeting standards. Of course, we also need to reach consensus in society. So the level of adoption and progress is different by region, county, and municipal government. But so far, we have been sharing different progress ideas to improve PBs across the nation. So for instance, we have carried out research on development of models and evaluation system and disclosed and circulated research outcomes. And at the local finance level, what we have this public system for public participation. So this is at the national level. So we have to promote PB at the local level by connecting PB to the central system that I just mentioned. At the same time, when it comes to other difficulties and challenges, we provide tailored consulting services by helping regions address concerns. We also suggest directions, and we also provide financial incentives. At the same time, we make sure to secure manpower to PBs, dedicated to PBs. At the same time, we also develop promotional content to promote PB. Then to promote this at the local level, we have to provide more incentives. So in that sense, we have seen a rise of the number of applicants to be appointed as outstanding municipal government, and we also continue to discover and share successful case stories. So I would like to share a few successful case studies. I would like to share all, but since we're pressed for time, I would like to share a few case studies. So Daegu conducted a big data analysis for about 8,000 PB projects that they have been carried out. So what they did, they looked at the project selection trend, and at the same time they made an infographics of the project by county and district. And they have proposed projects at a glance using a mapping system. This is the case of Chungnam Dangjin. What they have is a resident town hall meeting. Well, COVID has moved everything online, and since face-to-face meetings are not possible, they have created a Our Neighborhood application to promote PB projects and PB process. And they were able to achieve much progress with this type of approach. They make sure that residents can propose ideas, can brainstorm, and can select projects that will be carried out. Now, this is the case of Dalsong. This is the neighborhood improvement project that they've carried out. What they do is they establish the resident participation system in the implementation process to encourage participation. And residents took the lead in the maintenance and management of the neighborhood. So this is Seoul Eunpyeong district case. This was a deliberation model that was developed in the age of contactless. They use, for instance, KakaoTalk Messenger, SNS, as well as M-voting to receive comments from the residents. They have a deliberation group, and they've also developed a manual for deliberation that can take place online so that residents' feedback and opinions can be collected on a virtual platform. Of course, we do have many successful case studies, but at the same time, we're seeing an expansion of PB adoption across the 243 municipal governments, and at the same time, we are enacting and operating ordinances on PB. Here we have different types of committees, subcommittees, such as the subcommittee on the project to discuss different projects in detail. And if you look at the number of projects proposed by the residents, we can see that as of 2018, as of 21, the number of resident proposed projects increased by 117% against 2017. And if you look at the table, you see that the budget keeps increasing. So as of 2017, it was 1.3 trillion. and this was on a rising trend. So I looked at the legislation, the institutional framework, the achievements that have been made, the success cases, and now I would like to talk about how we can promote PBs even further across Korea. Now we still see some regions focusing PBs on budgeting. However, we have to make sure that all the different levels of governments engage a larger number of actual residents in the overall budget process that includes execution evaluation. At the same time, in addition to PB projects, those governments need to collect resident feedback and encourage participation through public hearings, field inspections, and so forth. At the same time, we need to expand PB at the Myeon and Dong level, which are the mini governments in Korea. So, for instance, we can grant rights to discover projects and set priorities to Myeon and Dong local resident groups so that they can take the initiative in carrying out projects. Now, I talked about the different organizations. How can we boost partnership and collaboration between the different groups and institutions? We will need to partner more with other agencies and bodies. And as you know, we can, for instance, have a group that oversees budget waste or reviews the proposals. We should expand such type of committees that can check and control PBs in Korea. Or at the same time, we can, for instance, have youth PB system led by the Youth Association, or have run or have farmer PB led by the Agricultural and Rural Development Council. So at the end of the day, we will need to develop schemes that are tailored to each regional characteristics. I talked about many different cases, but we need to utilize online channel to boost communication and guarantee and include different populations, including seniors, and to cover different topics such as the environment as well as society and so forth. And the central government should have a objective evaluation of the project and support the projects going forward. So we have been achieving much, and we have achieved a certain level of PB, but we still have a long way to go. And the central government will do its best to make sure that PBs are maintained and well established across Korea. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Oh. You talked about PB in Korea, the past achievements, the progress, and the prospects, as well as ways of improvement going forward. So thank you very much for that. Now moving on to the next speaker. The next speaker will talk about direction for development of local autonomy and governance. Mayor Moon Seok-jin of Seodaemungu office will speak.
Good afternoon. I am Moon Seok-jin, the mayor of Seodaemungu District Office, who will be talking about local autonomy and the future direction for governance. The occasion of the third session of Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. This is how I will go through my presentation. First, I will talk about the beginning of local autonomy in Korea and touch upon the steps of the past 10 years of PBS in Seoul. Well, the Constitution of Korea was enacted in 1948, and 1 year later, the Local Economy Act was enacted. And it hasn't been under operation practically, but in 2011, Local Finance Act was revised with a paramount revision, which stipulated the compulsory provision of PB system in 2011. And the purpose of that revision was to provide inspection and control means with citizens to prevent illegal spending and waste of the local authorities' budget. But regardless of this compulsory provision, Seoul office started and operated the PBS since 2011. And PBS in Seoul office is comprised of 3 different phases: introduction phase, settlement phase, and maturing phase. During the first phase of introduction, we have enacted local ordinance and formed governance. And currently, during the phase of maturing, we have now a consultative body of private and public partnership so that we could adopt budgeting system for the participation of the youth. And also, we are trying to engage citizens not only from the planning but also from the consultation process of projects. Well, before the PBS adoption, actually the history of PBS is relatively short, so we have recognized that we didn't have much experience and we were thus exposed to the risk of converting the system into the one for the privileged. And as the national tax system got centered on the central government, local finance was also instabilized. Consequently, we adopted 1% participatory budgeting system to reflect 1% of the total budget of Seoul district, to show a strong determination to settle the system into our district administration. Also, Seoul was the first district out of 25 districts in Seoul to have enacted the PBS system as ordinance. Since the revision of the Local Finance Act in last April, all local authorities should practice this PBS system on site. And Seoul aims to allocate 1% of its total budget into public planning. And this is the strong will of the district mayor. And it could go over 1% level with more engagement of citizens into PBS. To have a better implementation of the system, we need a strong leadership of mayor of each district along with participation and interest of citizens. So, we need a very strong and robust partnership which is based on public and private governance. And to form a governance, we need to discover citizens. And as the process of discovering citizens, we have established a public participation budget school. And people interested could come to this school. And we also have formed a lecture for the public budgeting so that we could gather some gatherings, regular gatherings with the citizens, which is called Seoul District Resident Participatory Budgeting Meeting. And also, we have operated schools for the youth engagement to propose separate policies for the budget of the youth. And once the partnership is established, we have been operating workshops and collective hearings. So RBS has become a pivotal role to prioritize projects at the district Dong level, which is the smallest administrative jurisdiction. And since 2015, citizens have voluntarily formed their online cafes and blogs and the SNS account so that they can share their activities. As you see on the screen, since 2011 ongoing, we've been operating different activities between RBSs, and 625 students have graduated from the public participatory budget school. And now you can have a look at the short video clip. So please think about the amount that could be allocated to this project within the budget scope of 100 million Korean won. So we are considering specific projects that could provide benefits with the community. We also ran a collective gathering inviting public officials and the citizens, and this is held once a year on a regular basis, and the workshops are under operation once a year to enhance and strengthen capabilities of citizens. And the Residents Voluntary Council is also operated on the basis of Dong level, the district's smallest jurisdiction. But recently, considering the situation, online gathering was held. Communication channel is also open to citizens through online since 2011 up until now. Citizens' participation is widely allowed through this website, as they could upload diverse opinions and proposals. And citizens' proposals were originally selected by the PB Council, but with the expansion of the activities of RBS, all proposals are also reviewed by this council, and the communication can be happening through the website whenever that citizens would like to have. And as you see here, during the period of 2011-2021, we've selected 381 projects with 15.9 billion Korean won as the total budget. Now, let me talk about the past of the 10 years. As for the outcome, now any citizens of Seodaemun-gu could be responded by the local government, and the understanding level of the citizens about policies have enhanced too, as all projects from the initial stage were open to the citizens, and we helped our citizens with their better understanding about policies. And there also was a paradigm shift to the budget where a majority of people could engage together for the final decision. And we are now dependent on their insights and knowledge level to finally decide the budget planning. And the ownership was promoted within the limited budget to prioritize the projects needed for the community. Citizens have been part of the decision process, and therefore they could have a ownership of every project undergoing within the district. And our efforts were rewarded by several awards of the relevant ministry, and we were also one of the finalists of the UN Public Award And in 2018, we were selected as the best example of PBS by the Ministry of Public Administration and Security, and we got the best class in terms of the evaluation of PBS. And citizens have had positive empowerment through PBS, and private governance was formed. And when there were conflicts between the council and the citizens gathering, and we tried to find a consensus in a specific manner. And thanks to the active participation, governance was operated in a positive manner thanks to the strong will of citizens and the mayor of the district. And naturally, the governance got settled. Well-being Consultative Council and Energy Council, where climate change related working groups were formed, and we also have had a Future Food Council and Regional Development Council. And these different types of private governance got formed within Seoul district, and they are making efforts to better propose projects for the community. And this well-established network of citizens should be strengthened with solidarity. Each council should be linked together so that they can be more active in leading the proposal of the projects. And all these activities should be empowered officially so that we can make impact on the ordinance, and their activities should be stipulated in a written form. And we will be also supporting these councils of citizens so that we can finally strengthen the local finance autonomy on the basis of accountability and freedom. The central government should also note and recognize the probability or the capabilities of local government with their support of subsidiaries. And our citizens and our district will also strengthen our capabilities and empowerment on end. COVID-19, climate change, zero carbon, CO2, and SDGs. There are many national projects and missions, and this is not something that could only be done by large corporates or central government. Private governance should be centered on, and this is the examples of England, France, and Ireland. Seoul district will empower the capabilities of citizens through PB and the 10 years operations of collaborative projects. And we have had strengthened the empowerment and the capabilities of the citizens. I am not talking about only from the perspective of financial governance, but also we have participatory budgeting system, but the on-budgeting system, which is allowing our citizens to propose many diverse opinions for the total budgeting planning. So we will look forward to our citizens engage in national agenda, including climate change. National agenda should be discussed with the engagement of local authorities, citizens, and that's the way to enhance national competitiveness. This should not be ended within PBS. PBS should be expanded to the governance area so that governance could be a problem-solving means for all societies. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mayor Seoul District Office. He has touched upon each case of PBS system under operation and the role of local autonomy. Thank you very much once again for your presentation. Moving on, we would like to invite Mr. Kim Jong-tae, who will be delivering his presentation on some suggestions of citizens' engagement for strengthening representative democracy.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Jong-tae, and I'm chairman of the Seoul Metropolitan Council Steering Committee. So for the past 30 years, Korea has changed quite much. And the first big change would be that democracy is now has now taken deep root in Korea. Secondly, the administration of the government has changed and the paradigm has changed. And number three, now the residents have now sovereignty. And PB is all about empowering the citizens to have the power over their tax money. And Seoul's PB was adopted 10 years ago, and this has achieved a great feat thanks to the support of the residents and citizens. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their support. So now with that, I would like to begin my presentation. First of all, I would like to talk about the biggest achievements of PB in Korea. So the biggest achievement would be that residents now take part in the public budget, which was governed by the government only. Number two, it can now complement local council budget deliberation activities. Number three, the process of bringing the concept of resident autonomy into reality by incorporating it into the process of local treasury. And now, we have seen a transition into government-led good governance. Of course, we are not free from concerns. First of all, we have increasing demand for a public budget. Number two, we can undermine rapid decision making of the citizens. PB was first adopted to remove the conflict between the government and the citizens. However, PB has in some way undermined rapid decision making. So this is something that we need to overcome. We also need to address the conflict and partiality in the budget allocation process. In 2017, the budget increased to 50 billion from 30 billion, and from 50 billion to 70 billion. And at the same time, PB was revised, and Seoul PB Democratic Committee was also established, which was a great achievement. So last year, we planned to increase the budget to 1 trillion. As Mayor Moon just mentioned, well, the mayors actually lead the initiatives. So whenever they change hands, it's not easy to keep the PBs intact and ensure continuity of the project. So this is something that we need to look at. So I would like to briefly talk about the unique characteristics of Seoul City's PB. Before, we had a strong administrative body that oversaw the budget, the public finance. However, now we have incorporated the voice of the residents. And as the previous speakers also mentioned, we have to ensure that the residents are involved in the entire process of the budget, not just the allocation. And we need to receive their feedback for all the steps. So we have to ensure higher participation from the residents. So of course, our budget goal is now has become a regular program. However, we still see very low participation. So we will need to address that, and we will need to increase creativity of the way PBs are led, since for now it is led by the public officers. At the same time, we need to provide more equal opportunities to all populations. And Seoul started PB later than other regions, but thanks to the city of Seoul, we were able to come this far. And when it comes to reviewing the budget, the National Assembly and the Budget Committee need to address the conflict that they are faced with right now. The local governments and local government councils need to support that process. And so far, over 90% of proposals made by the residents have been reflected. However, from 2018, the reflection rate has decreased because of the duplicate budget and some of the overlapping processes. So because of that, some of the projects could not be completed. And we tried to learn from other cases. One case is NYC. And their budget is 35 million. But what they do is they make sure that all voices are heard equally. And the process gives residents the opportunity to vote during a 9-day vote week for the city's fiscal budget, which is implemented by city agencies. So we can learn from the case of NYC. So this is the map of NYC. This is the idea map. And the projects are implemented under PB. And these are shown on the map of the NYC website with different colored dots for each type of projects. And residents are able to see project details. This is to maximize efficiency of fiscal budget operation by reinforcing accountability. Now, these are some of the ways to improve Seoul's PB. I have laid out 7 different proposals. So for now, the way we have been using tax money should be revised. So the annual expenditure methodology should be revised, and at the same time, the tax rate should also be revised. And now, what we need to do is to promote the deliberation process that not only engages the public officers, but all the citizens. At the same time, we will communicate with the 25 autonomous councils to hear them out. And we want to expand the PB network. With the revision of the Local Autonomy Act, now the resident group has become a must at the municipal level, so that they can allocate budget, operate budget, and go through evaluation of where they use the budget. So at the same time, we will expand the scope of the operation and make sure that we use the taxpayers' money more wisely. And we will also establish a follow-up management system so that we can check the progress and results of the implementation projects, such as NYC's idea map. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. So the PB that has been here with us for the past 10 years should be led by the citizens, not the governments. And I believe that that itself shows the essence of democracy. And Seoul Metropolitan Council will do its best to support that process. We ask for your wise opinions going forward. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kim. For the presentation, you talked about what Seoul Metropolitan Council is doing to promote PB and to make it more effective. So I think that the future is quite rosy for Seoul's PB. And you talked about how you plan and your organization plans to support progress of PB going forward. Now we are talking about PB and democratic governance. And with that, I would like to move on to the last presentation of session 3, which is titled Citizens' Perspective on How to Develop PB. Mr. Park Young-hwa, member of the PB Support Council, will present, and he's with us via Zoom.
Nice to meet you. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. It's a great honor for me to part of this meaningful event. I know that we are now holding the Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation to commemorate the 10th anniversary, but today is also a day that we will be holding a One Great Piazza General Council for PB, which will elect members and executive committee by citizens. And let me now start my presentation. First, the development proposal of PBS from the perspective of citizens. I would like to firstly talk about the system and the changes made in Seoul Metropolitan Government's PBS and how to participate in this system, including the website, M-voting, and the budget waste report. And I will also suggest the future development proposals of PBS. PBS is about citizens' participatory budgets, which is designed to improve citizens' welfare and well-being and the quality of life through the cooperation between the city and the citizens. And Seoul Metropolitan Government's PBS is to enhance the citizens' engagement, to enhance the transparency of financial operation through the direct participation of the citizens in the process of budgeting planning, including the proposal, evaluation, and selection. So if you look at the evolution of PBS of Seoul City, it has started in 2012 with a total budget of 50 billion Korean won that amounted now to 1 trillion Korean won under the title of Citizens Deliberation Budget in 2021. And the number of projects have increased from 125 to 866 with the growing number of public PBS committee members from 250 to 500. We are actively operating the website of PBS of Seoul Metropolitan Government, through which citizens could upload their opinions and proposals directly. And let me now introduce the M-voting of PBS. Any Seoul citizens can opt and vote the proposed projects through M-voting so that it could be reflected to the next year's Seoul City's projects. And the project proposed by citizens could also be voted by the districts, each district's the poll place. And also we have a budget waste report center. Please make use of it. And lastly, for citizens who would like to engage directly, I would like to introduce the budget school where you could be trained. Once you graduate from this school, you will be given a chance to be a citizen member of the Budget Council. Well, let me now talk about some information that I wanted to promote more to the public. We have a website, a blog, and also other SNS-based channels for communication and publicity, and these channels are expanding so to secure easier access to the public. But as for the usage level, um, if I ask my surroundings if they would know of these communication channels of Seoul Metropolitan Government, and they are not quite well aware of that. And for example, we have uploaded and posted some publicities about our activities, but we didn't have much likes. Considering that the total number of council members, which amounts to 500, then it could be interpreted that our publicity activities were not enough to engage more citizens. So we need some public policy proposals and project proposals which could be communicated better through different multi-channels. And secondly, let me now propose some development plans for PBS in Seoul City. Well, as for the future direction of Seoul City's PBS in 2021, we need more communication about the city's administrative procedures between citizens and the city council. Also, the relationship between these two parties should be more horizontal, and the city council members should need to give more chances with citizens so that they could tease out the current status of the projects. And we also need to simplify the procedures of comprehensive evaluation so that we could increase the efficiency of PBS, and the representativeness should be strengthened. And also, we need voluntary participation of citizens in the planning process of budget, and we need to empower the citizens through customized training courses. Citizens' deliberation budget system is a new project budget discovered and proposed by citizens. The in-depth budgeting process will be designed through in-depth deliberation with the participation of citizens of various sectors, such as citizens and civil organizations and stakeholders. To have strengthened accountability of the citizens with the expansion of the scope and the number of projects, we are now planning around 190 billion Korean won for 68 projects in 2019, and this has increased to 907 billion Korean won. And what we have learned from the field is that we need more communication between Seoul City Council and the citizens' budget on members, and also city administrative procedures. And from the last year's project, we got the striking news that after the evaluation and selection of PBS-based projects, during the budget deliberation process, 90% of the total budget for the PBS got removed and reduced. It may be because of COVID, or it may be due to the redundancy or feasibility of the project itself. We were curious to know the reason to that, but we were not able to be given the proper information from the city council. So our consequence was that we need a communication channel that doesn't infringe on the budget deliberative or voting rights of the Seoul City Council, and the city government should sympathize with the citizens more. So to that end, we would like to enhance the relationship between citizens and the administration into a more horizontal one so that we can communicate each other more efficiently. And we will be in need of education that could be customized to the needs of citizens. And from the orientation till the actual training, if we could expedite this process, then the deliberation time will be more secured. And if we could share PBS with district RBS budget system, and it could be more efficient because we are holding many gatherings and meetings virtually. The democratic deliberation discussion becomes more and more important. So in that sense, this subject should be discussed and communicated with the system of residents voluntary participation system. And if I could share the benefits of voting system of Seoul City with citizens, it will be much more communicated and the usage level will be enhanced. And PBS, on the basis of 10 years experience, could be in line with RVS so that we can have a ground for the grassroots democracy PBS system. And we also need a profound training program to empower citizens so that they can be more actively participating in the budgeting planning procedure. And from this year, we came to deploy activities with expert members, but if we could take advantage of the expert knowledge of these experts members, we would be able to propose more efficient projects within the budget of the city. So it will also be possible to combine single-year project and multi-year projects together to overcome the limitations of the members of PBS. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, which was the last one of the session 3. And he has proposed some development plans and enhancement plans for PBS. That's a wrap for all presentations, and would like to deepen the discussion with the moderator. As you have just encountered, we will be inviting once again all speakers and the panelists. Once again, we remind you that we are following strictly the quarantine measures of the pandemic, and we have a limited number of panelists in the studio. Please note that in mind. The moderator for session 3 is Vice Director Im Sung-il, former Vice Director Im Sung-il, and also we have 4 speakers, and Professor Kim Tae-il from Korea University, and Professor Woo Ji-young from National Research Institute, and Principal Researcher Seo Jung-seop are with us for the discussion. Mr. Lim? Well, thank you very much. And thank you for your wonderful presentations, which had suggested the future direction and shared current experiences of Korea. They were so clear and frank in touching upon social well-being and the national development. And all of you are the basic pillars and actors of PBS of our country. Mr. Oh is engaged with the central government procedure of PBS, and he has shared diverse information from the perspective of the central government. And then Mayor Moon Seok-jin of Seodaemungu District Office has presented on how Seodaemungu Office have been with citizens on site and field. And thank you very much for keeping time exactly. And the third speaker is Mr. Park, Chairman Park from PBS Support Council. Thankfully, he had saved 5 minutes given to him for presentation, and his presentation was so clear-cut from the perspective of the council. He has been giving his perspectives in a constructive way, And he also has shared how to improve inclusiveness of the society through PBS. And last but not least, Mr. Park has suggested from the stance of citizens how to improve PBS on the basis of the current status and activities. And those four presentations were quite balanced. And thank you once again. And concerning these four presentations, the three panelists will make their comments. As Mr. Park has saved 5 minutes, well, I know that the many citizens have uploaded their comments and encouraging notes saying that they look forward very much to the future of the system and with you. And they also appreciated the efforts made up to now, and there were several questions to the speakers and Mr. O and Mayor District Mayor Moon and Chairman. So please mind that. And first, I would like to invite Professor Kim from Korea University for the comments for about 5 minutes.
Yes. So instead of me taking up too much time, I think it would be better to hear more from the presenters. So I would like to ask a few questions. First of all, the topic of this session is PB and democratic governance. So PB and governance relates to the head of the municipal government as well as the administrative body and the residents as well as the local council. So it really involves a large number of stakeholders. And this is managed by the Ministry of Interior. But for PB to progress even further, all the stakeholders have to work together very closely. And of course, we heard about the achievements and way forward for Seoul district as well as for other parts of Seoul as well. But whenever the leader change hands, well, it's not easy to ensure consistency. Of course, Seoul is setting the example, and Seoul has been leading this. However, with the new mayor in office, we will have to examine the way forward. So, of course, the role of the head of the specific district and the city is quite important. However, that is not everything. For democratic governance to take root, it takes more than leadership. So, in the long term, we must ensure that we have the right ingredients for success. So, I would like to ask a question to Mr. O. Because at the end of the day, PB is all about resident participation, and it is at the core of public finance. To be able to ensure such benefits, the Ministry of Interior and Safety has a huge responsibility on its shoulders. But for now, it has limitations in terms of adopting new laws or providing incentives. But still, as a key ministry that oversees and leads PBs, I'm sure that you will need plans to support future PBs. So my question goes to Mr. O. So with that, I would like to wrap up. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. I know that you are an expert in this field, and you also know what's happening on the field. So based on your experience, You shared your insights. Now moving on to Mr. Seo. Dr. Seo? Can you please unmute yourself? Do you hear us? Yes, do you hear me? Yes, yes, we hear you. I'm sorry. I was asked to provide a commentary on Mr. Moon. So I read his presentation and I saw him present. So I would like to give you my impression of the presentation. And given what Seoul district has been doing, I would like to make a few proposals about what Seoul needs to do to progress even further. So you've been mayor of Seoul district from 2010, and PB became mandatory in 2011. So you share PB's history in Seoul district, and I'm sure that you are the very person who laid the foundation for the success of PB in Seoul district. PB actually sets a good example in Korea, and I liked your terminology about how this transformed from control and oversight to participation and the first tool for citizen participation, and I totally agree with you. Next, you also talked about discovery of residents, and I liked the terminology that you used there, because it's all about discovering residents, what they want, and identifying their needs. Now, based on your presentation, I feel like other districts also have much to learn from Seoul district. First off, Mayor Moon showed strong commitment about PB, which led to the success of PB in Seoul district. He developed ordinance, and he really worked hard to establish PB scheme in his own district, which tells us that a strong governance framework is required for other regions as well. So I think that Mayor Moon played a huge role, and you said that you allocate 1% of the district finance, and that's not easy. So I think we can learn from that as well. You talked about 5 elements behind the success of PB, and I think that other districts can learn from Seoul district in that sense. And I was asked to actually ask some questions, and I would like to ask 3 questions based on your presentation. First, about the qualitative effect. Well, that actually was good, but budget-wise, we see some fluctuation by year, and the 25% that you committed was not achieved. And in 2017, we see a drop of the budget, and the number of the projects that were actually carried out also dropped. So did that actually hamper the enthusiasm of the residents, or what effect did it have? And number 2, you said that your budget is 250 billion, but in 2011 it was over 700 billion. So, what difficulties, are there that you cannot overcome this budget limitation? And next, we receive many criticism that regions fail to discover valuable projects. So to be able to overcome that limitation, it's quite important that you discover valuable projects. And I would like to know your own case for that. And next, you talked about the promotion of governance. And it seems like the ecosystem was built thanks to your leadership. Especially, I think that the rural regions have much to learn since they have different types of resources that they can make use of. So, how do you plan to engage those districts and different government levels? You know, how can you incentivize them to participate in those PBs? Because that's always a challenge to everyone. Because, of course, we have local meetings at the local level, and at the city and province level, they have their own meetings. So my question is, how can the different levels of governments work together and participate in PB? Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saw. Well, he is such a renowned expert in local autonomy, and as one of the consultative members of the Ministry of Public Administration, he has been providing a circular lecture to discuss the participation of the citizens in PBS in local authorities. And well, Mayor Moon of Seoul District, there are lots of complimentary comments uploaded onto the chat room, and I know that there have been some compliments and also criticisms on the PBS. So, Mayor Moon, please share your expertise with us, with the experiences too. And before listening to the next discussants, as we have many opinions, I would like to read out one more opinion from an anonymous person to Director O. If you look at the variety of proposed projects for PBS, there are many civil claims, and considering the investment or efforts made into the PBS, the outcome or benefits that the citizens could feel from the field seems to be quite low. So how could we enhance this? It's a difficult task. And also, there's a national PBS system and the local authorities PBS system. So what's the difference of the perspectives of these two? And this is an anonymous question once again to District Mayor Moon Seok-jin. PBS is a difficult one and it has a high entry barrier for ordinary citizens. So that's why we have a limited number of citizens, and they have to be educated and trained at the school to be part of the member of the PBS, and it could expose the citizens to the risk of having the privileges in terms of joining in this council. So how could we lower the entry barrier of PBS for ordinary citizens? That's one question. And the next question to all speakers is about the actors of the PBS. And Seoul has an outstanding governance system, and District Mayor Moon has a strong will. I agree with that idea. But the disadvantage of having a private and public partnership is that it limits the number of the citizens who could participate in the council. So how could we enhance this? And that's the last question to District Mayor Moon. So while you're preparing for answers, I would like to invite Dr. Woo Ji-young so that she can make her comment. Good afternoon. I am Woo Ji-young, Principal Researcher at the National Research Institute. As many other panelists have asked diverse questions, and I hope that citizens could pose different questions. So I would like to focus on making some comments to speakers first. First, the key value and the proposed development direction for the finance governance in terms of PBS. Well, if you look at the PBS from the two different perspectives of politics and democracy, politics is about authoritative resources distribution, while as democracy is about the politics led by citizens. So democracy and politics could be interpreted as an authoritative distribution of resources led by citizens. So PBS is a platform where citizens could directly engage in for the budget allocation. I'm sorry, the screen seems to be frozen. Do you hear me well? Yes, we do. Now, from the view of local governance or local autonomy, local authority would like to exclude the intervention of the state or the nation to secure the freedom and the accountability of local governments itself. So, citizens of the local governments would like to guarantee their free decision rights, and they would like to have a partnership governance between private and public sector, so citizens could make decisions on their own. And the current development direction for the democracy is to shift from the single system into multi-system for the larger democracy and the democracy from the grassroots and the closer democracy. And the local democracy from the perspective of local autonomy, the practical means of representative democracy is about two pillars: the local election and also public and the citizens participation system, and this allows auto decision rights for the local governance. So PBS has key values that pursue: first, participative democracy and deliberation and leadership, balance and community. It means anybody through democratic procedure and ways could join in budgeting procedure through the dialogue and communication led by citizens, and they also should consider the budget for the underprivileged for the better balance between regions and sectors and classes. So the development proposal for PBS should be centered on representativeness, accountability, and inclusiveness. So the process of deliberation should think of how to resolve social imbalance and how to allocate financial demands for the underprivileged. And the tasks given to PBS is to enhance representativeness by expanding the number of participating civil organizations, and it should also diversify online channels for better participation of the citizens. And the participating citizens should be given a wider access to different channels. And the second task is to strengthen accountability. So, not only in the budget itself, but also in the total procedure of budgeting, including planning, execution, and evaluation. Citizens should be guaranteed with their participation so that they can be a leader in joining deliberation. And the third task is to strengthen inclusiveness. And to that end, the balanced system and approach to different sectors, regions, and classes should be guaranteed, along with gender equality and consideration for the underprivileged. So we need the financial governance and the future direction for PBS. During the past 30 years, globally, fiscal democracy and fiscal transparency and the civil well-being and the social equality have a lot improved through PBS. The core element of PBS is to practice fiscal financial democracy through fiscal governance between local government, local council, and citizens. And fiscal governance can enhance efficacy and transparency, and it could also carry out the core values of PBS, such as democracy, deliberation, leadership, balance, and community spirit. So, as one of the major composing components of fiscal governances, all participation system should be institutionalized, and we also need to establish a consultative body for the financial governance between the council and citizens, and the empowerment should be allocated to the local community, and the exact executing institutions should institutionalize a platform where citizens can participate directly from the planning until the execution of the budget to listen widely to the opinions and proposals of the citizens. And also, instead of focusing only on formality of the system, but from the assessment of the mid and long term local autonomies financial governance plans and the evaluation for the investment and subsidiary assessment should be diversified. And also, City Council should actively review the proposals of the citizens about budgeting and execution plans. So before deciding on supplementary budget plans and the general plans, city councils should widely receive the opinions and proposals of all citizens so that to substantialize the outcomes. And lastly, the execution plans and ways of metropolitan government could vary, and it could have cacophony structurally between the actual project execution. So the allocation of the empowerment to the local community should be well designed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it was a long statement, as you have just admitted, but they were all valuable from spanning A to Z in terms of principles of PBS. It was quite informative. You haven't identified any specific speaker to address your comment, so out of our 4 speakers, if you could make a strong statement on 1 or 2 points, and it'll be appreciated. We have around less than 15 minutes left. We still have many questions, but I think that it would be good for us to share best practices. Well, as far as I know, the ministry has been selecting best practices from the past years, so please refer to those cases. And how to enhance the awareness of the citizens about PBS was another question. So it's a quite original and techy question. So if anyone could address this question, it would be appreciated. As Mr. Kim and Mr. Park have commented, the relationship between the council and citizens is such an importance. And I know that within the councils of Seoul City and the local authorities, it is true that the citizens are not widely included. So please understand that when you make your comments. So Mr. O, I can give you 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for the commentary. As you said, while we run PB, the central government, of course, has a role to play, but we must empower the residents as well as the citizens who actually feel the benefit of the PB. That means that the head of the district have a huge role to play, and the civil society as well as the residents and the regional council have all have to work together. But to that end, the Ministry of Interior and Safety has a huge role to play, which means that we need to provide the right infrastructure and improve the schemes and institutional framework. At the same time, we will make sure that we promote a communication with all the different stakeholders so that all different levels of government can work efficiently. At the same time, while the basic as well as the metropolitan government have to work together, the autonomous government have to be engaged, and all the different levels of government have to be able to speak up. So we will make sure to strike a balance between the different levels of government. And well, when it comes to the autonomy as well as the different levels of ownership, we have to work on that as well. We can provide guidance, but that's just a reference that the different levels of government can use. They will need to rely on their autonomy as well as on their creativity to flourish their PBs. So to date, PB has been more about quantitative growth, but now we need to focus on the quality by providing better content in terms of PB. So the central government will do its best to provide support in that end. One more thing is that using the taxpayers' money for budget allocation and public expenditure. But of course, we need to work better on the tax revenue side. That would mean that we need to decentralize financial power. And recently, the second phase of financial decentralization did not meet a consensus. But anyways, we increased 10% point of the local tax money at phase 1, and at phase 2, about 4.3 was secured with decentralization of the finance. So we will make sure to rely on the session of the National Assembly to enact such regulation. And you also talked briefly about online. So you talked about complaints in terms of proposals made by the residents. Of course, yes, we do receive complaints, but at the same time, we do receive many proposals, great proposals from the residents. So that would include employment as well as welfare projects. We provide guidelines for the types of proposals that can be made, and while the residents as well as the local government will make the final decision in selecting the projects. And last but not least, I would like to talk about how our PB is different from others. We have the local, municipal level and central level financial system. So we have split the public finance into two. But well, when it comes to the national level PB, that would be led by the government and the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So that started back in 2018. My budget go.kr is the website that provides information on that, and it also provides. It also make sure that the residents are involved in the process, and we will do our best to make more to promote our PB and more and provide consulting services. Thank you very much for that.
Well, now, Mayor Moon, you have 4 minutes. Well, Principal Researcher Saw has well reviewed the projects, the citizen projects of our district, and thank you for your good evaluation of that. And let me address your questions. It was in 2017 that we have had a decreased budget for the PB, unlike we had to make it up. Well, actually, by establishing the graph, we only reflected the budget for the district's PBS, which means that we have separate budget accounts for PBS of Seoul City and PBS of our district, and that's why we have had a decreased budget. Actual budget allocated to cities PBS was 2.2 billion Korean won, and well, the total amount with the addition of district's PB budget was 3 billion won, which means that there was no significant difference of amount between 2016 and 17. So the total budget amount was 3 billion, including the cities, Seoul Metropolitan Government and our district's budget together. So that's why it seemed to have some differences between the years, but we didn't have actual complaints from the citizens because the total budget amount was 3 billion, but it's just the graph's interpretation which excluded the budget of district. So you were right in pointing out that difference, but the actual amount didn't have difference. And as our district's PBS is being operated under the consensus with the citizens, we haven't had much diverged opinions between the council and the citizens. And your second point was about the general budget, which was 250 billion won, but we now have 70 billion Korean won. So on 1% of that, it should be around the 7 billion won. That was the question. Well, actually, 1% of PBS now, it doesn't have any more 1% as the title because we maintain the quite identical level of amount that could be allocated to the citizens. And I personally would like to allocate more amount, more budget to citizens. But if you look at the deliberation process with our citizens, for example, to establish a PBS school for the youth, well, in 2011, much of the budget were proposed to be allocated to constructions based on the claims from the citizens. And then the year after, the importance of the youth was highlighted. So we came to newly establish a scope for the youth and then the handicapped. And through different deliberations and discussions, I was surprised to see that depending on dongs and the districts, the budget was allocated. The allocated budget was 5 million Korean won, and in other dong, it had a lot higher budget. So there was an imbalance, and I also made that an important agenda to discuss with council members together. And they said that the General Assembly had made a consensus on the allocation of the budget depending on the needs of dongs, and they proposed us to accept it as it is. And like that, the rationality has been strengthened on the basis of the leadership and the accountability of each representatives of Dong. And the resident voluntary council made their general assemblies as festivals of their own community, and they ran diverse campaigns at metro stations, and those were strong powers to back up this PBS system on the basis of Dong level. So I still would claim that PBS operated within the scope of Seoul Metropolitan Government. There's a certain limitations. Of course, Chairperson Kim could make a comment on this, but for example, let's say that SMG has 50 billion won as the total budget, and some districts would say that 2 billion should be allocated at least to their own PBS. So this is kind of irony or a contradiction. So, well, what we haven't thought of was to include, for example, establish healing programs for the family members of the patients suffering from the cancer. And this kind of suggestion and proposal is something that we couldn't think of. So the citizens' intervention got beyond the administrative level of governance. And one another example is that the citizens have made an initial proposal to establish a playground within a specific dong, which was something that we were not able to think of. And one more thing is to strengthen the participation online. Well, once one specific governance is established, if that governance could induce another governance, and I am sure it's propagating effect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Moon. Well, all questions uploaded online. Well, I think that the questioner is from the same district as Mayor Moon, so he could have a direct meeting with Director Moon. Mr. Park, Mr. Kim.
박사님 귀한 의견 정말 감사합니다. 평소 우리 지방
Thank you very much.
관심 기울이시고
Yes, thank you very much for that commentary. And
오늘 주신 의견 전적으로
please let me
동감합니다.
tell you that I
지방정부와
like reading
지방의회,
your
시민의
articles.
거부로서 함께 가는 우리 시민에 의한 권위적 자원 배분이란 그 정의도 저는
So I do agree about what you said. As you know, for the past 10 years, the city of Seoul
시도를 해왔지
has
않겠습니까?
attempted
현재
various
기본적인
ideas.
서울시의 우리 시민 참여 예산제 과정
And
2단계 예산을
Seoul's PB has two
300명으로
phases.
구성된 시민예산위원회
We are composed of 300 people, so this is the budget committee, and we have the consulting committee consisting of 150 people. So it's a two-step process. When we first kicked off PB, it was about half that number, but about 80% of the 300, so 275, are selected by polling. And since this requires a lot of expertise, we also adopted something called the Finance Strategic Meeting, and we'll make sure to institutionalize that process. So, of course, we talked about the financial consultation scheme that we have, and we are thinking about moving then online by learning from the idea map provided by NYC, and we will look into ways to adopt that in the offline manner as well. Thank you very much for your suggestion. And Seoul has been achieving much over the past 10 years. And Dr. Woo talked about the evolution of PB in Korea, in Seoul, excuse me. And you said that since PB is determined by the determination of the leader, whenever we see a change in power, the PB becomes unsustainable. And of course, now it's important that we oversee and strike a balance of the PB projects. So we have to make sure that the executive body does not have a full power over PBs and encourage the participation of the residents. So I think that should be the way forward. For instance, the regional councils that represent the people can take more ownership in the PB process to collect opinions from the people. So I believe that, well, we can actually revive the Citizen Democratic Committee, which has been abolished, to boost deliberation among the residents. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that remark. So as you suggested, I'm sure that Seoul will progress even more based on your recommendations.
Well, Researcher Park, you have awaited long, so please be concise to make your comment. Yes, good afternoon. I am Park Yong-hwa again. And thank you very much for your comment, Dr. Wu. As I've been mentioning about this, the coordination between citizens and the City Council before passing the budget, it's quite an important matter. Well, I may be a little bit different from the opinion of Chairperson Kim Jong-tae, and all council members are elected by citizens and they are making their efforts, but I would like suggest to reflect a bit more the opinions and proposals of the citizens, because when we make claims to the city council, would like to oversight if the budget is well established and consumed within the administrative procedures, and would like to make a proposal for the coming year's budget. And we wish that our opinions are more reflected than now. And as Dr. Wu has commented, from the evaluation until the settlement of the budget, we would like to see that the activities of the council could be more expanded, so that we can have a more developed capabilities of city council members and citizens. Well, thank you very much. There is no universal or standardized models for the participation of the citizens in terms of PBS. Each country and each region is now making their own way to customize the system to their own needs. So at this in this situation, through Seoul Forum and citizen participation, we would like to express our own opinions and would like to communicate better with each other to make a better and brighter signal to the PBS in the future. In such senses, today's effort was quite meaningful, and I would like to thank once again all four speakers and the panelists, Mr. Oh and Mr. Moon and Mr. Park, and three panelists, Professor Kim and Dr. Wu and Researcher Sao. Thank you very much for your contribution, and I would also like to thank all the participants online, and would like to make an apology for not being able to address each and every question posted onto the platform. And please contact us at any time for further discussions. That rounds out the third session's panel session. Thank you. Thank you very much. All presentations and comments made online were outstanding. And thanks to you, we were able to successfully complete session number 3. Before we go on to the next session, we'd like to have a short break session. We will resume the session again at 3:30. Thank you.
줬던 그 믿음만큼은 I love you so 희망을 내 곁에 둘게 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 너롭게 할게 I love you so 네 사랑받을 수 있게 날 노래할 수 있게 그럼 내가 갈게 Oh soul 그래 너희가 없어서 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 너희가 없어서 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고
늦은 밤 침묵하던 너의 한숨 소리가 이 거리에 퍼질 때 너무나 지쳐버려 작은 바람에도 네 심장이 부서질 때 I'll buy you side forever I'll buy your side forever 나는 이것을 위해서 너를 느낄 수 있어 I saw you 너와 내 사이에서
Oh soul 그래 나이가 없어서 모든 걸 준비해 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나이가 없어서 나 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게
Did you enjoy your break? We will now move on to the last session of the day 2 of Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. Now, we would like to hear more about whether with PB we will be able to achieve UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We will have experts talk about their ideas about how we can achieve SDGs with PB. First off, allow me to introduce the first speaker. The title of the presentation is SDGs and PBS UN Habitat. UN Human Settlements Officer Laxman Pereira will give the first presentation. Hello. I think the speaker will be with us soon. So this is the last session of the forum. And we have many global speakers who have joined us despite the time difference. So thank you very much for that. We will hear from 5 presenters during session 4, which will be followed by a panel discussion session. We have many people who have joined us on YouTube, so thank you very much for that. And we hope to be able to entertain your questions during the Q&A session. So this is the day 2 of the forum, and I hope that you are enjoying the 2-day forum. We have many people who have joined us online, so thanks to you, I think you brought much vigor to the forum. And please let me remind you that we have a small event prepared for you. And please let me assure you that we do follow the safety protocol of COVID-19. I think we are ready to kick off session 4. The moderator will briefly talk about the significance of session 4.
들리나요? 네, 안녕하세요.
Can
반갑습니다.
you hear me?
이번
Nice to
세션
meet you all.
4좌장을 맡은 이성훈입니다.
I am Lee Song-hoon,
여러분
the
프로그램 보셔서
moderator of
알겠지만은
this
이게 이제
session.
오늘의 마지막 세션이고요.
As you
잠시
have
후에
just
이제
remarked
결론에
from the program, the session 4 is the last session, and we're going to have a general discussion session at the end. We have 5 speakers invited for this session, 3 foreign speakers and 2 Korean speakers, and we have 5 different themes. Well, if you have been watching this forum from yesterday, you may know that we have shared several cases from Seoul and other foreign cities, and the second session was about the innovative democracy and also the governance, democratic governance. And this session 4 will apply the perspective of grassroots democracy in relation with SDGs, so that not only us executing PBS, but all other global people who should be having a link to SDG determined by UN in 2012. And please bear that in mind to fully join in the 4th session. And UN Habitat has many links with the cities in terms of SDG perspectives, and UCLG is also deploying various diverse activities in relation with SDGs. So please listen to the cases of Lisbon, Portugal, and the Unpyeonggu district of Korea, so to know how SDG is related to PBS. So that's why we have created the title of this session. Please note that in mind and listen to the presentation, so you will know lots of new knowledges from the presentations. If you are not accustomed to the term SDG, please upload your questions or comments online so that we can address your questions. Okay. Well, then, Mr. Lee Sung-hoon, the moderator of this panel discussion session, has briefly introduced this session 4. We look forward very much to the outcome of the discussion. It seems that our first speaker is connected. Well, the first speaker is Mr. Lexman Pereira from UN Habitat, who will be delivering his presentation on PBS in relation with
Hello?
SDG.
Could you hear me, sir?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening for all the participants. And also thank you very much for for inviting me for the forum to join the session 4. As introduced, I'm Lakshman Pereira from the United Nations Human Settlement Program, UN Habitat Regional Office from the Asia and the Pacific. Okay, if you see the Sustainable Development Goals or the SDGs, and the implementation of SDGs at the country level with the commitment of signing the 2030 agenda, what is important today for us to look at is the cities, how best the cities are involved, get engaged in the implementation of SDGs, because the cities are test beds for implementation of SDGs, and also important for the implementation of or the achieving new urban agenda, which will create an opportunity for enhance the SDG goals in implementation effectively. You all know that there are 17 SDGs and 169 targets, which are very ambitious. And at the same time, cities are the forefront contributors to make all these SDGs achievements tangible and delivery to the citizens. So localizing SDGs is much important because the reason is at the subnational level or the city level, there's a huge potential for contributing to the SDG implementation when the national policies are linked to the city implementation, and also empowering local governments on governance, especially technically and financially. It's also important for the cities to look at how the decision-making process or the knowledge-based decision-making using disaggregated data can be supported for the implementation of SDGs at the city level. So I would like to see how the participatory budgeting system and SDGs link each other in more on a broader sense. If you see the performance of the participatory budgeting depends on local government's capacities and especially the technology, particularly those for information, consultation, and active participation of citizens. So if you see the diagram in the right-hand side, we can see there are quite a lot of SDGs and sub-targets are linked to the participatory budgeting systems. If you go one by one, I would like also to take the SDG 4, which is largely focusing on education, inclusive education to enable upward social mobility and end poverty, where you get the best practices of civic education, allowing being part of the decision making to the population without distinction, involving traditionally marginalized and also the disadvantaged social groups. The idea is that ensures the learners to acquire knowledge and skills that could promote sustainable development. It means that the citizens' participation through the enhanced knowledge in participatory budgeting is much more important, and it is contributing to the knowledge, the inequality, the reducing the inequality through the education. And then we go into the SDG 5, that is gender equality, and SDG 6, it's more on the affordable and clean energy, which I take it as why I have taken energy and clean energy and inclusivity, because it's also important for the connectivity. It's also important for the citizens to get involved with the cities more on through the ICT connectivity. So therefore, these mostly the foster ICT use and reduce digital divide and promote equal access to decision making. That is where I think it's much more important when it comes to the participatory budgeting, how this communities get involved through ICT or any other means, which is basically promoting the gender equality and also the using technology. And then there is SDG 6 and 7, which is basically focusing on, again, decent work, economic growth. So it's more on increasing the government responsibility for public goods, management and operation, and impact on social trust and public good provision. So it's also create the right condition to make more effective the budget allocation, management and operation of basic services, impact on social trust and public good provision. So it's more important, the budget allocation at the city level, how best the budget can be allocated for different basic services, the operating and delivering of basic services. So where the participatory budgeting comes with the connectivity, with the participation of citizens. So that provides the achieve of universal equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water, and also the energy, and also maybe even we can housing and so. So my focus largely on the inequity in SDG 11, which is focusing on the sustainable cities and communities, making cities safe, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, which is much more important. The reason is that today there are more than 2 billion additional people will live in and work in current and new cities. So we know that the rate of the rapid urbanization in many countries lead to cities to deliver more, address more challenges. So the participatory budgeting at the city level, the participatory budgeting systems at the city level is much more important in contributing to this SDG, because that is where the citizens' contribution in terms of decision making, in terms of contributing the capital, in terms of revenue generations through budgeting. So those are much more important in achieving the sustainable economic growth and also sustainable cities and communities. So the other aspect I would like to focus on is advocacy and democracy, which is largely on the SDG 16, where the peace, justice, and strong institutions, inclusive societies, strong institutions, and equal access to justice, because that is where the participatory budgeting comes as a tool which provides larger participation, which create harmony within the city, inclusiveness, bringing all the vulnerable groups into one platform and identify their needs and create a voice for getting allocations from the city. These are very important elements in the participatory budgeting when it comes to the contributing to the SDGs at the city level. So what we are looking at more today is participatory budgeting is considered one of the most successful democratic innovations that is positive and powerful force for addressing development issues, especially those related to improving citizens' awareness, inclusiveness, environment, urban planning, and basic services. if you take the city planning, the participatory budgeting is a important element where the citizens and the city authorities get connectivity through a very specific tools which provides ample opportunity for bringing together the need and the supply, or the demand and the supply, in terms of basic services, in terms of social services, in terms of the policy initiatives. So these are all linked. These are all bring together as a one platform when we use participatory budgeting system as a platform for citizens to join. So this is where we get participatory budgeting, a policy choice for sustainable urbanization, which is very important for the achieving sustainable development goals, because the cities are the forefront of achieving sustainable development goals. So the participatory budgeting as a tool, which provides the ample opportunity for citizens to contribute to the achieving SDGs at the city level, and also implement the new urban agenda. So I stop at this point, and I think there's a good opportunity. This really a good opportunity for all to share the knowledge, and also for us to learn how participatory budgeting is effective in terms of achieving sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I know that it's early in the morning in Sri Lanka. Thank you for your time. Well, we've had two congratulatory remarks during the opening ceremony yesterday from Secretary General from UCLG and Habitat. And he has once again explained the essence of the congratulatory remarks made by the Secretary General of UN Habitat yesterday. And also he has touched upon the democratic governance and democratic innovation. Well, 2030 Agenda, or SDG. For those who are not familiar with this term, 2030 Agenda is coined term in relation with SDG, and he has highlighted the importance of the Agenda of New Cities. SDG was adopted in 2015, and as for SDG number 11, UN Habitat has made a new urban agenda in 2016 at Quito, and SDG got more ampler meaning centered around the number 11, and number 4, world citizen education, and number 6 and 7 and 5 and 10, the gender inequality and socioeconomic inequality. These are well illustrated during his presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the summary by moderator. When he has again elaborated the term 2030 Agenda, adding to the presentation contents of the speaker from Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. And the various opinions and comments and questions are uploaded onto the chat room. And thank you very much for your high interest in the agenda of the session. Then, well, we're now going through the last session of day 2. Well, it's now time to invite the second speaker. Many speakers are joining us from yesterday, today, spanning Asia and other regions. Despite the time difference, they are all connected on a real-time basis through Zoom platform. And thank you very much for your passion and your passion is rewarded by active participation of the citizens. So we are now in the second day of the forum, and from the morning session and until the last session, we're going through different agenda. And after this session 4, we will have a wrap-up session to summarize what have been discussed during the 2 days and to figure out how to make this PBS more sophisticated in the future, and how to secure more active engagement of citizens. And this forum is being held virtually. And within the studio, we are inviting only a limited number of participants, so to be strictly in pursuance with the quarantine measures. And now it's time to invite the second speaker, Bernadia Tedshardari from UCLG ASPC, and the Secretary General will be presenting on the SDGs
Hello.
through PBS.
Hello.
Thank you, Kamsa Hamida. Annyeonghaseyo. Very good afternoon, good morning. Greetings from UCLG ASPAC Secretariat in Jakarta. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important discussion, and congratulations to Seoul government and citizens of Seoul for this participatory budgeting anniversary of the 10 years anniversary. So this is a very important discussion. As we know, the citizen participation is very crucial to design our cities, also to design the future of our cities as well. Let me share with you some of the works that we have been doing, especially on the localization of SDGs, because this is the topic that they asked me to speak. But first, just introduction, what is UCLG ASPAC? This had a history of 100 years in 3 organizations, EULA, UTO, and Metropolis merged in 2004 and created as the largest networks of local governments and cities in the world that connect 240,000 cities and local governments in more than 140 countries. So our mission is to be the united voice and world advocate of local governments and promoting the value, objective and interest through cooperations among wider cities and local governments in the world. And in terms of focus of our works, we do advocacy, capacity building, policy research, programs and projects, as well as decentralized cooperation, promoting this city-to-city cooperations, local governments to local governments cooperations. So in the topic that I was asked to speak is why SDGs are important and why local governments' role as well as citizens' role in achieving the SDGs important. And I think this is, let me also share with you the major trends in the local governments in Asia Pacific, because our coverage is Asia Pacific as the largest regional section of UCLG. I'm sure this is also faced by citizens of Seoul, as well as the Seoul Metropolitan government and many Korean governments, local governments. There are issues of sustainable development achievement that need to be achieved by 2030, climate change, disaster risk reduction, post-pandemic recovery. I think this is still what we are tackling right now, digitalization, circular economy, and resiliency. So when we look at the progress of the SDGs implementation in the Asia Pacific region, I think from this figure, you can see that many have been stagnant, and many, even some goals are regressed. These include SDG number 11, SDGs number 16, and also include SDG number 10 in sub-region of Southeast Asia that this is about inequality. So, and important also SDG number 12 on sustainable consumption as well. So this is one of the topics that very important, that despite of this on-track SDGs, there are also a lot of SDGs that are stagnant and regress. Let me focus in some of the slides in citizen participation and local government's role in SDGs. Local governments and citizens play a crucial role because SDGs cannot be achieved. Let me repeat, SDGs cannot be achieved if local actors, local players are not playing important role here. And if they are not participating in this development. This is why local government is not the lowest level of governance. It is the closest to the people, and collaboration with citizens is essential and in every stage of development. So this is also an important principle of promoting transparency, integrity, accountability, and as well as stakeholders participate in open government strategies. So there was a survey done by United Nations a couple of years ago, 2018, when there were questions about which stakeholders play an important role in the SDGs implementation. And this picture shows that citizens and individuals are ranked as the highest responsible for the implementation of SDGs. So this is important. If citizens are not empowered, these SDGs cannot be achieved either. So so the role of citizens are not just part of the development, but they also need to be playing a role to monitor the progress. And now with the advanced technology capacity, there are a lot of things that you can do with this technology in the internet, cost-effective, this is quite cost-effective medium of engaging also the participation of the people. In Indonesia, people also started to have this e-participation in the planning processes of local government, cities development and region development. So this is also quite important element that maybe can be explored more. And a lot of local governments also provide a platform for receiving criticism, complaints, receiving opinions, receiving feedback from the citizens. So this is just maybe some of my slides remain. I would like to focus here that local governments, including citizens, cannot be effectively collaborating, cannot be effectively working together if there are no kind of supporting mechanism here. So this is why it's important that best practices are also collected and also having a good mechanism in terms of resources for implementation of SDGs. Several local governments come up with the VLR, Voluntary Local Review. If you are not very familiar, every year the country submits voluntarily to United Nations the progress on the SDGs implementation. So many local governments in the world also have started to come up with a VLR, Voluntary Local Review, that look at the progress of SDGs implementation in the city level. And I have just found out that there is no single VLR produced in city in South Korea. Perhaps Seoul could initiate this VLR submission that is also presented in the high-level political forum as a side event. So there is also a VSR from the subnational government review that looking at the perspective of local governments in the VNR. Why I highlighted this? Because when we look at the submissions of VNR of the countries, only less than 50% of the VNRs have included the perspective of local governments in the VNR. But in 2020, good news that for the first time, 55% of countries consulted their local governments, regional governments in the VNR processes. So this is crucial. So I really hope that local governments in the South Korea also give the perspective in the SDGs VNR submission. And here are some of the samples. There is Hamamasu VLR. There are also many other VLRs from different cities in the world. There are several also in Asia Pacific. And I will skip this because of the time. This is a roadmap of SDGs localization in the city, but I'll leave this PPT slide to all of you if you are interested. So there are already a lot of examples about citizen participation in Asia Pacific regions, including these cases from cities in Taiwan region through the proposal competition. This is also part of the participatory budgeting subsidy, citizen participation event, and many others. And this is a case from Indonesia, from Bojonegoro, in which they show of periodical evaluations on the progress, and as well as in the public service delivery. And I think this is something that Seoul citizens are very familiar and very, very proud of. One of the excellent best practice in the world, in which that also engage public participation in the process of Chongge here. And I still recall that there is also Seoul Plaza in front of city hall that was also designed through e-participation of the citizens. And this is, of course, some of the examples that we have. So, and this is a Naga case study that in which they already institutionalized citizen participations in the council, Naga City People's Council. So they appoints NGO representatives to observe, to even vote, and to participate in the decision. So let me close by some takeaways here. Involving civil society and citizens in implementing the SDGs is essential. It's something that we have to do, and citizen participation at both central and local governments level, agenda setting, policy implementation, and policy evaluation. These can be done through different forms: public hearings, advisory committee, as well as volunteers and internet participation, and of course can be more. So the purpose of public participation are to promote transparency, encourage openness, and important is building trust of ownership and decision, as well as the future of our cities as well. So let me conclude by saying here, we cannot really just close our eyes, close our ears, not being involved in the process, how our cities are planned and managed. And I really hope that all the citizens of Seoul will be actively more involved in this development of the city, because the future of each city depends on our citizens, depend on yourself. So thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The presentation was from Indonesia, Jakarta. Thank you very much. So UCLG covers global cities and countries, and you've traveled almost all cities around the world, and I understand that you visited Pyongyang twice. And I am positive that you will serve as a bridge between North Korea and other countries. And you talked about SDG implementation.
A central government should file a report which is called VNR. So the progress of the SDG implementation should be reported to the UN, and we filed the report in 2016, 5 years ago, and this year the North Korea has reported about that, about the implementation of SDGs. So through the SDG, we could create a good platform for cooperation between the South and the North, and also she has mentioned about the Taiwanese cases, and this PBS could be a chance for the exchange between the North and South. Thank you very much. And moving on, would like to invite the third speaker.
So the third speaker, we talk about SDGs and PBS, global trends and issues. I would like to invite senior researcher Giovanni Allegretti from CES of the University of Coimbra for his presentation. Do you hear us?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much indeed for the invitation, also because I think this panel is tackling a new issue, and that's the reason why in the framework of a place where we are all learning from each other, as happened in this first three sessions, I chose to talk about an imperfect country that shows us how even if the link between SDGs and participatory budgeting system is still under construction, which are the driver, Portugal shows which are the driver that is possible to use in order to reach a better alignment between the participation and the SDGs. So I would like to start saying that Portugal is important because because it's one of the countries in the world where there is a highest density of participatory budgeting at different level. Because as you can see here, in the last census done within the World Participatory Budgeting Atlas, what happens is that we see that we have 125 participatory budgeting at local level. We have 3 at national level, 2 in the 2 autonomous regions, and then we have more than 1,500 participatory budgeting in other types of institutions. That means mainly schools and also some other private structures, like, for example, the nurses or the accountants professional ranks, which are doing participatory budgeting for the sake of their members. At the time of the high-level political forum on sustainable development, the strategic priorities of Portugal for the 2030 agenda were mainly declared related to education, gender, infrastructure, tackling inequalities, and climate action and life below water. They have been obviously reviewed a little bit in the last years, especially after the COVID pandemic emergency. But Portugal did not participate as a volunteer to the last voluntary national review of SDGs, but some cities are starting working for a future subnational review in their territories. That is, nevertheless, Portuguese institutions try to align on these goals, and in many cases today in Portugal, all the public tendering, for example, in the domain of science, are all related to specifically and explicitly to SDGs. So it's becoming a strategic reference for all type of national selections and calls for funding, for example. The cities which have been at the forefront of the fight against the pandemic initially have stopped their PBs during the start of the pandemics. And then they have been reorganizing them, trying to reinforce the capacity of structuring them into systems. So as Professor Paulo Spada spoke this morning, there is an effort, a joint effort of Portuguese municipalities in trying to coordinate multi-channel spaces of participation, where PBs are a pivotal center, but they relate to other type of participatory processes, which are related to middle long-term planning, which are related to health, which are related to education, and in some cases they have specific targets among vulnerable groups, for example. A special effort was put, as the picture shows here, into the capacity of not totally digitalizing PBs. Because the experience we have in Portugal is that maintaining face-to-face interaction can avoid to transform some PBs into a mere summing of individual preferences. So not concentrating too much on the voting phases, but concentrated on the discussion among people on the quality of policies and projects. Why Portugal is still an incomplete system? I think the first reason is that not all, so we can talk a lot about participatory budgeting, but we cannot talk totally about participatory budgeting systems, because first of all, there is not a coordination in terms of multi-level governance. So some regional, national, or municipal PBs have duplication and overlapping. This is very visible, for example, in the sector of school and the youth. The second reason is that there is a lack of bottom-up monitoring, and as the colleague from United Nations and UCLG told us before, the participatory monitoring and assessment experience are very important to value the role of citizens in the construction of public policy in reaching the SDGs. The third reason is that there is actually a lack of explicit cross-references between PB and the SDG goals. So this is an unsaid thing. We are looking to SDGs and we're constructing them through PB, but the link about the two and between the two is not so clear. And the last one is that there is a lack of legal and policy incentives to such alignment. So, for example, the state and the two regions are not explicitly creating a line of funding, for example, that can force or induce the PBs to align with SDGs, as is being done in other sectors, like, for example, the sector of science distribution of funding. Nevertheless, there is a visible improvement of local PB system, which are producing wider than local effects. For example, I do 3 examples here. The city of Cascais added this year after COVID a neighborhood-based section to its PB, so with small funding managed at local level. A self-ruled process for youth, where the young people also construct the rules and not only the decision internal to the process, and has been creating a rewarding system for volunteers, including all the action related to participation. So it's a score point program that reward people that is committing in engaging themselves in civic actions. The city of Valongo, for example, which is the coordinator of the national network of participatory municipalities, for example, has created a PB for civil servants. So a specific line of PB only dedicated to servants in order to get them more used to the interaction of citizens, through considering them also actors and not only intermediaries between people and the administration. And the cities of Villanova da Cerveira and Tominho, which are one located in Portugal and one in Spain, creating a cross-border PB, which is discussing issue of interest in the cities of both countries. So spending money on both sides of the river who separates Spain from Portugal. Let's take an example in one of the strategic sector of Portugal, which is SDG number 4, education for all. We are having in this moment more than 1,500 participatory budgeting in all the schools, and that's it's incentivized by a national law who obliges all the school to do PB on part of the funding that they receive from the Ministry of Education. And PB so is becoming a leverage for improving lifelong learning perspective and active citizens approach for the new generation. And many of these PB are tackling some of the other SDGs areas. For example, the school PB of Lisbon, it's discussing around environmental, energy and water issues. The national PB for youth is dealing with the climate change and greening of cities. Lisbon has created an adult PB, which is a green PB, where all the proposal must have a green aspect. And we also are having some scaling up experiments which are interesting. For example, this year, the national government opened a line of funding related to SDG number 4 and 11, so well-being and sustainable communities, which is called the Healthy Neighborhood Program, and actually is the scaling up of a program who had already 10 years of experience in Lisbon, which is called BIP-ZIP. This program is a sort of participatory budgeting whose funding are not only decided by people, but also are funded to people, so that organized communities will spend the money they decide on. And why PB is being so important in relation to other types of participatory processes. I think that this formula clarifies that PB works on the idea that satisfaction is major than result less expectation, and PB letting people decide on pots of money and putting money first in the discussion on what to do with public policies can create more solid results, but also fold somehow the expectation of people in a realistic way that many other type of participatory processes do not reach. So participatory budgeting extends its control from the decision on money to the control of implementation, and in many cases also the evaluation. And I wanted to
hello. Giovanni, just a minute. You have spent more than 10 minutes. We have 2 more speakers. Can you show you only the PowerPoint and the highlight the title only? You can say more during the Q&A and the open discussion. Okay, just show your PowerPoint, all right?
Yes. Okay. So I finish with this. The main driver is not a driver related to the state. Is a driver related to a network of municipality that was created in 2014 and now is created, for example, a charter of quality of participatory budgeting, and now is discussing an indicator for self-evaluation. That's is being helpful also for the evaluation of SDGs, and universities are helping a lot in this moment to evaluate the SDG until this moment, and then the municipalities are building their system for self-evaluation in a space of mutual appraisal and mutual learning, which is this network of participatory local authorities. And I will say something more than in the Q&A. Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for the third presentation. We are sorry that we have limited time and we couldn't but stopping you from your presentation. So as mentioned earlier, as we have a general discussion session at the end of the session, so please use that time to elaborate on the subject of the presentation. And would like to invite the fourth speaker who's actually with us within the studio. The fourth speaker will present on the PBS and the grassroots democracy. Director Kang Myung-ok of Korean International Development Research Institute. Yes, good afternoon. I am Kang Myung-ok, Director of the Korean International Development Research Institute, and I'll be talking about the PBS and the grassroots democracy. From yesterday and today, throughout the different sessions, we have come to know since the beginning of PBS in Brazil that in 2011, PBS had become a mandatory provision in Seoul, and Seoul is one of the cities that precipitated the implementation of the PBS. 219 cities and administrative regions, which is more than 94% of the total local governments, have participated in PBS. And as you have all pointed out, PBS is the innovative outcome of the development of democracy, and it is also a ground for the expansion of the democracy because it allows the active participation of citizens. Then, what kind of characteristics does PBS have, and what kind of elements of it are associated with grassroots democracy? I would like to talk about that theme during the presentation. PBS has been an obligation of citizens. Now it has been the rights. So before, citizens were taxpayers and the budget planning was decided by the City Council. So there was a clear role division, but we have had an expansion of the citizens' engagement in the process of budgeting, and the PBS allowed the engagement of citizens even in the planning stage of the budget, and that has been the rights for the citizens, and it has become an essential point for the financial governance and democracy. And with time passing by, through the operation of PBS in SMG, the engagement of citizens has been expanded from 250 members in 2012, and every year these days, more than 100,000 citizens are engaged in the budget processing, which represents 1% of the total citizens of SMG. And thanks to the advanced IT system, M-voting and the e-voting after COVID pandemic outbreak, the democracy has been enhanced. And we have 25 districts in Seoul. Currently, 24 districts are operating PBS. And at the level of Dong, we had 145 in 2020, now 160 Dongs in 2021, which have been participating in PBS. That means that resident voluntary committee are established in each Dong, and the citizens and residents are participating in the budgeting process from the monitoring and till evaluation through different councils like budget council and residents voluntary councils. And in last August, we have conducted a survey about citizens deliberation budget council, and 94.4% of the citizens responded that PBS is such a necessary system. This means that there's a high interest of the citizens in the system. And before, proposed projects started from 50 billion Korean won as the budget, and with 10 years, it increased to 70 billion, and including the deliberation budget, it has expanded to 1 trillion Korean won, amounting to 2.5% of the total budget of SMG, which is quite significant. And the scope of PBS has expanded too, and the deliberation budget, the cases of projects are now more than 20,000, and until the finalization of the budget proposal is now decided partially by the Citizens Council. And the educational or training feature of PBS is quite important. Through PBS, the understanding about the policies and budget has enhanced, and the active participation is also enhanced by the citizens. And as Mr. Moon, District Mayor of Seoul, has mentioned during his presentation, continuous participation of public officials and citizens have been continuous with the education of budget. And the participated members of the council are now expanding their activities within other councils such as Gwanghwamun Piazza Council or other activity councils. And the awareness has been improved, and voluntary spirit of the citizens have improved too. And they gather at 7 o'clock after work for the discussion, and sometimes the discussion lasts until the midnight. But as they all participate voluntarily, these activities are quite welcomed by the city council members. I was part of those activities since 2012 till 2014. I still keep those days as a good memory. And recently, face-to-face gathering was quite difficult, but still, active participation is ongoing. And the next is about the communication of city organization and administration. Thanks to the participation of the citizens, efforts made by public officials have been well understood, and the city officials could have much larger chances to receive opinions of the citizens when deciding on policies. And actually needed projects can be proposed by citizens, like we have observed from the cases of Paris. Paris is allocating budgets to the underprivileged class, but when we receive a proposed projects from the citizens, we are able to naturally reflect the needs of the underprivileged within the district. And PBS also contributes to the development of public and private partnership, and that could expand the collaborative areas through the support of public activities. And we are operating NPO support center, and we also support grassroots projects of civil organizations to provide a foundation for the grassroots democracy. And we also foster some voluntary activists in the community. And Seoul office has mentioned about this activity too. Well, through PBS, many citizens became experts in their own respective areas, such as community activities and collaboration, enhancing their expertise. And the PBS contributes to the advancement of financial governance or fiscal governance, as it allows citizens to be part of decision process of budgeting and budget planning. So PBS is a kind of democracy that induces the participation of people in the national politics. So it highlights the importance of the participation and engagement of citizens. Well, PBS has started at the level of municipalities in 2011, but it is now expanding its scope to the national level. Well, PBS has been globalized and contributing to the international cooperation. During the exchange of example cases of different cities, we came to learn from each other. And 240,000 cities and local governments. Out of them, 130,000 local governments are operating PBS. This means that democracy is actively expanding its scope. So, since the beginning of the system in 2012, the PBS in Seoul City has expanded to different areas, and Seoul has 10 million inhabitants, and it garners attention from the world, and there are lots to learn by other cities. That's what we hear from global colleague cities. And during the past 10 years, Seoul City has been exploring PBS, and different cases of PBS implemented in different cities of Seoul or of Korea have been benchmark cases to other cities, and all these outcomes have been achieved within a relatively short period of time, and these examples are well expanded as examples to share to the global community. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Kang, for your insightful presentation. Yes, PBS of Seoul could be a good benchmark to other cities, and it is quite a well-known model globally. It was such a meaningful presentation. Thank you. And now we are waiting for the last presentation of the session 4. The last presentation will be delivered by Professor Woo Soo-gil from Korea Cyber University. He is here with us. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oh Soo-gil. So the previous speaker talked about how PB contributes to grassroots democracy, and the case of Lisbon told us how PB can be used to achieve SDGs. So I would like to talk about what we can do and how we use PB to make it more effective. This is a case of Eunpyeong-gu in Korea. Of course, Seoul City did well, but out of the Seoul gus and districts, Eunpyeong did really well. So I would like to share the case of Eunpyeong. So I would like to talk about how PB can be linked to SDG and share the case of Eunpyeong-gu in Seoul. So my presentation is in English, so I would like to apologize for that, but I'm sure that you will be able to easily understand the content of my presentation. As the speakers before me said, PB is about empowering the people to make decisions. It's not just about the budget, it's about decision making about policies. So PB can be defined as a decision making mechanism or process, be it urban planning or other types of proposals. The people will make the decisions. Let us look at SDG target 16.7 and 11.3. These two talk about PB, because if you look at SDG target 16.7 closely, it says ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision making at all levels. If you look at SDG target 11.3, it talks about enhancing inclusive and sustainable urbanization and capacities for participatory and sustainable human settlement planning. So if we were to connect PB to SDGs, we will be able to achieve more. And this map shows how we can achieve that. But of course, PB in Korea has not been able to avoid criticism. The reason why I would like to talk about this is because I want to pave the way for the future. Let's say that if we have 10 billion or 2 billion allocated for PB, how are we going to use it more effectively? And what priorities are we going to set when selecting the agenda and projects? So we first need to understand the value of the entire process, but for now we tend to focus on the individual projects. So rather than focusing on the entire long-term project, we tend to focus on GRU level or Dong level project. So it's more fragmented. So we need to improve that. Of course, we need to reform the PB process. We have the GRU city level and Dong town level. And we should not use the individual projects as the criteria, but we have to look at the entire process. So at the town level, once residents propose ideas, that can be incorporated in the agenda and put to vote. And if you were to ask the question, what is the #1 priority for SDG? Well, this is actually a survey that we conducted to the surveys to find out and discover what we need to focus on. And we worked on that to come up with 6 priorities. And as a result, we made a 1-person household agenda in Eunpyeong-gu. So for survey 1, a total of 916 residents participated, and 144 public servants answered the survey. And we asked about 5 Ps. Of course, we have many different agendas, 6, 12, 13, 14, and 15. We asked the respondents to list up the priorities. So we had 5 Ps, as I said, and what we said, well, out of the planet, so the environment and the people, out of the prosperity, out of the administration and policy, please list up your priorities. So we got 2 from economy, 2 from society, 2 from environment, and 1 from special session. And at some point, people, can say, I want to speak up, but we need to focus more on the different agendas that you're responsible for. So what we did, we held a roundtable discussion by these different sectors. So once you sit at a table dedicated to a specific sector, you have to talk about what you will do to improve that. So if we look at the implication of the case study of Eunpyeong-gu, it's so much more than just participation from the residents. It's about setting the urban agenda and transforming our cities. And of course, identifying the needs of the resident can be meaningful in itself from the statistical point of view. But what we did was to identify the 17 SDGs depending on the needs of the people, and we empowered the people to speak up. And we created a nexus to connect the 17 SDGs. So the 4 sectors included economy, society, and environment. At the same time, this went beyond PB as we were able to launch some collaboration meetings with different stakeholders and make sure that all the projects are very much aligned, unlike the past where everything was fragmented. So as other speakers said, we still have the question of what are we going to do when projects are overlap, and we were able to overcome that as well by having the roundtable discussions. So if you have any questions about my presentation, I would like to entertain that during the panel discussion session. Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. So this is session 4, PBS and Sustainable Development Goals released by the UN. Are we going to be able to attain SDGs by activating PB? So under that theme, 5 speakers presented. With that, I would like to move on to the panel discussion session. So we have with us Mr. Laxman Pereira, Human Settlements Officer from UN Habitat. We have with us Secretary General Swandra Dewi. We have Senior Researcher Alagredi. We have President Kang Myung-ok and Professor Oh Sung-gil. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Lee Sung-hoon. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed pretty much your presentations, and it was quite interesting to see how PBS is viewed at the global level by UN, by UCLG, and what is going on in Asia Pacific region. And through the case of Lisbon, we were able to figure out best practices, and also we have listened to Eunpyeong-gu district. Thank you so much. And we have received some questions through online. And Mr. Giovanni, apology once again for not giving you enough time to address your presentations. So I would like to ask my first question in English.
Especially for Giovanni and other speakers from UCLG, SPAC, also Habitat. Many speakers mention about the importance of measurement, monitoring, and evaluation. Because as you know, last more than 20 years, the number of cities that participating, the PB has been increasing. But now question is impact. What's the impact of this PB on the life of people in the city or in the local government? So Giovanni, you mentioned about importance of indicators. So could you please elaborate a little bit more about use of these indicators linking to SDG? Because we have SDG indicators. How we can bring this together, SDG indicators and indicators on budgeting for synergy and more effective the measurement and evaluation. Giovanni first, briefly.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was one of the things that I was going to say in the last part, so there is no problem to switch and say that now. But in Portugal, we realized that there is a lack, for example, of meaningfulness and presence of indicator linked to urban governance. So to evaluate the capacity of participation to be incisive in the transformation of policies. And so Portuguese city have been working, creating first a participatory vision of a charter of how a good PB would have to be in order to transform policies. And then in a second step, some indicators were created in order to measure each one of the goals. So we worked in two steps. The first one was establish the different goals, and the second was how to measure them in order that each city could also work on its own with its own citizen to monitor the implementation of these goals. I think that the perspective of citizen also in co-designing how to measure are very important, because this moment played out as a very important space of awareness raising for the citizen. So in the moment in which you build the indicators, you make people understand better why certain things are important, and from different perspective, from the administrators, from the technical staff, from the citizen themselves. So I think it's a process, and it's a process of raising awareness. It's not just a process of measurements.
Okay, thank you. What about Habitat and UCLG? Do you have your own indicators measuring the impact of participatory budgeting as it's a link to SDG? Do you have any indicators? Habitat and UCLG.
Yeah, we have tested that in a couple of countries, especially in South American countries, with developing some of the country-specific indicators, and there are some publications already available on that. The case studies that were done. But our focus largely on the indicators at the city level is not just only for participatory budgeting. It's more of the sustainable urbanization and implementing new urban agenda, where we link that to the sustainable development goal indicators. So there are specific cases that we have initiated in certain countries, but in general, our focus is largely on the achievement of SDGs and implementation of new urban agenda, and the indicators are around that. Over to you.
Okay, what about Bonadia?
Thank you.
UCLG.
Yes, actually there are no universal indicators of the PSP across countries that we know, but because this is very much related to the national context as well as the local context. So the challenge in the SDGs localization is about aligning those targets, because there are also universal indicators of SDGs that also have the national indicators. So what we have seen here is that several countries put already alignment and also already have a certain indicators to be measured. In Indonesia, for example, participatory planning is mandatory. And then also, but we don't really measure the quality of participation here. So this is why it's a complex issue, and then this of course need to be highlighted. And another thing also about the VLR, I mentioned about voluntary local review, but why I want to highlight here, because the process of VLR development engage also citizens and looking at the data as well, and then see the progress and how much also progress has been made. This also made aware by citizens in that cities, but we don't have any universal indicators across cities that we adopt.
Okay, thank you, Bonadia. Actually, the topic we are addressing in this session, there are the key topics. As you know, we have a PB and grassroots democracy in SDG. Each one has very challenging topic, but linking these three, PB and participatory democracy is a means to achieve SDG. But question is, how do you know whether we achieve SDG or not? So this will be, I think, our future common task. Of course, indicator should be contextual, but at the same time, it has to be international so that we can compare, and then this can be used to achieve SDG, which is the universal and international. Let me turn to the second question. Let me speak Korean because this was mentioned by 강명옥. 두 번째 질문을 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다.
My second question to you, Director Kang, is about ODA. Well, this session deals with not only one specific country, but a global level PBS implementation. What kind of role could ODA play? We have an institution called the KOICA for ODA, and many foreign countries are engaged with the ODA projects. How could we take advantage of ODA for PBS? How could we make a PBS an agenda of ODA? Yes, for the past few decades, Korea has been sharing Korea's successful policies and technologies with other countries through ODA projects. Due to COVID-19, we are not able to provide face-to-face sharing, but through various channels, we are still offering knowledge and equipment, etc. And PBS, for instance, is an essential means for democratic policies, or it could be a platform which allows other countries to figure out how e-government of Korea has succeeded, how democracy got expanded through e-democracy. And like that, PBS can be also shared in terms of relationship building between city councils and citizens and the outcomes and evaluation process. So the whole comprehensive process can be made as an education program, or it could be a lecturing schemes for other countries. And once the COVID is over, through an ODA project, it could be free of charge or it could be payable, but Korea is widely open to share this as a good example of governance or policies. PBS could be a good content.
The UCLGS, do you know the case of participatory budgeting, the ODA policy? Because these days, national ownership and also participation is very important. For instance, if your local government receive ODA from Korea, who decide the priority of this ODA? Is it KOICA alone, or through consultation or participatory this budgeting in the local government in your country? Do you know any case about this ODA and participatory democracy budgeting?
You asked me?
Yes, Bonadia. Yes,
Oh,
your
okay.
case. Yeah.
Okay. Because I couldn't hear the first part because of the lag here, the time lag. Well, is it very important, this ODA, because we know that local governments have been facing resources limitations, especially, of course, because of COVID. Many revenues of local governments have been decreased because of this crisis, economic crisis as well. So therefore, any potential fundings from different institutions like COICA, JICA could be very meaningful. But in terms of accessible to ODA, it depends very much on the countries. Because there is a level of decentralization in the countries that limit also some local governments to access those funds. In Indonesia, you can do everything. Local governments can do everything in terms of mobilization of resources using domestic funding, even creating a public-private partnerships, even created their own companies. Local governments can do that. But in terms of borrowing from foreign countries, then there is a need to have a guarantee from central government. So this case by case, it depends very much on the specific countries. But what we are hoping is that decentralization should be increased. It means that the local governments can have more mandates in managing their own places and also their own regions, and also in terms of accessing funding, that should also be given kind of authority. We see here a lot of development agencies have been increasing the opportunity for local governments funding here, like for example, EU, and with UCLG ASPAC together with Gyeonggi province of South Korea, we have also recently established a new humanitarian development peace nexus committee to support local governments in Asia Pacific in making sure that there is effectiveness of ODA in this region. So this is still preliminary, but we are very confident that we can implement some of those ODA effectively in many cities and local governments in these regions.
Okay, thank you very much, Bonadia. I think you point out very well. The ODA has been the policy of the national government, but last several years, many local governments, sub-national government, they are also taking initiative of ODA. As we mentioned, the Gyeonggi province, one of the cases, and also Seoul Metropolitan government as well. So let me read one question in the online. It's very interesting. Let me read in Korean. Particularly, it's addressed to Dr. Oh Soo-gil, but also the Laxman, Bonadia, Giovanni, you can also answer this question if this is relevant to you. 질문을 드립니다.
So the next question is about SDG. To attain SDG, we say that public good comes first, then private goods. But during the process of budget planning by citizens, well, collective advantages may be pursued by a limited number of city council members. Then could we say that we are pursuing the public good? So meaning that taking advantage of SDG, like inequality or urban violence and climate change, these are public goods. So how could SDG play a role in that? Dr. Oh, please first.
Yes, thank you very much for the very important question. I think it relates to the significance of SDG, the 17 SDGs. By attaining the 17 SDGs, will humans truly be happy? Is it the ultimate goal? No, but it sets the right direction. I think it's about the process, not the end, which means that we must go beyond the individual interests. We need to seek common interests and common values. I think that's what SDG is for. So as I said, during the Eunpyeong-gu's case, we have 17 SDGs. And what can we do to solve the pressing tasks? So it's about setting the priorities first and then taking step by step to attain SDGs. So from Unpyeonggu residents' point of view, what would be their priorities? That's why I talked about that. And then it can help people think about what alternatives we have to take another approach in solving the problems. So be it 2 billion or 7 billion, sometimes the scope can go beyond that amount of money. And the public and private sector can come together and engage a larger number of stakeholders to discuss the budget, whether we should revise the budget or not. So Unpyeonggu has such process in place. And once a project is selected, then what happens is that the overseeing body will monitor the process along with the residents who participated in that proposal and project, which means that they will be able to monitor the progress of the project and the outcomes of the project, meaning that they can make full use of SDGs. So in sum, we have to shift stakeholder-led meetings to agenda-led meetings. I think that's the goal of SDGs.
Thank you very much. SDG is important in strengthening the publicness of the policies in relation with PBS. So I would like to ask our overseas speakers to make their remarks, including concluding remarks as well.
Concluding remark for taking away. Yes, please. Giovanni first.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that partially the answer to your question has to be seen in terms of the capacity of a participatory space to represent diversity. So if participation is done in a certain way, it can risk also to reinforce some difference of gaps of voices of some type of actors. I do an example. In Portugal, the Organization of Participatory Municipalities of Portugal this year has promoted a survey among all the cities on how do they deal in participation with underrepresented groups. And everybody thought about underrepresented group as marginal social groups. And in the survey emerged that nobody takes care, for example, of the wealthy people. So the wealthy people in many cases are completely missing in the participatory processes, from which in many cases the absentees are the richest and the poorest. And so in terms of diversity, the process does not represent the richness that the city has inside. So it's very important to work on participatory processes to reinforce their capacity of raising the voices of very different typologies of people. And this is a job in itself. For example, there was another study done on people with disabilities, which evidenced that the 90% of municipalities do not take specific measure on the website for the sake of people with disability. They let them self-organize in order to use the public website. They don't use the website as a reflex, a mirror of the community, included the people who has more needs of being cared by the public authorities. So I think that to see SDGs and their measurements as a better representation of common interest, we must work on this idea of common, the interest of whom, how many difference, how many perspective on the same object. And so I think this is an important issue to tackle. Participation is not, inclusion is not only for excluded people we imagine are excluded, but we have to enlarge the idea of inclusion to the to potentialize the diversity of participants for representing different views in the processes.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni. What you said remind me of the slogan of SDG, leave no one behind, you know. So I think SDG can be very useful to make sure that everybody participate budgeting system to make sure that you leave no one behind. Thank you. Let's go to Lexma. You raise up your hand. You can speak first, and then the Bonadia, please.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. I think if you talk about the achievement of SDGs at the city level, and it's a policy choice. What are the tools that the subnational governments are going to use? PB is one of the good policy choice. That is a tool, that is a methodology, that's an approach that can bridge the citizens and the city authorities in many ways. It's not only just, as colleagues mentioned, that it's not just only the finances. It's also provide the space for the voice for many groups, including, as Giovanni mentioned, it's not only just vulnerable groups, but it's for the entire inclusivity. How the participatory budgeting can bring all the citizens, the interested groups, into one platform. But one of the things that we need to ensure is that equity and equitable access, equitable voice, because the moment you open it, there are opportunities for, say, rich people or influential people have more opportunity for voice because they have been connected to many parts in the city. But I think the participatory budgeting, to be effective, it's also required quite a lot of good indicators, where one is inclusive participation is ensured. Number two is adequate space given to many groups, including children, elderly, and all. And number three, it's a sustainability of participatory budgeting, because there are many countries, many cities have adopted that. But sustainability, continuity of participatory budgeting, not only just planning level, but at the implementation and monitoring of how the expenditure has been, or the activities have been executed, the budget has been allocated, how it has been spent. Those are very important points, elements that need to be sort of monitored. So the monitoring is important. So I think this is the participatory budgeting is a good policy initiative, policy tool to link to the SDGs, provided that it's really institutionalized and implemented in a way that is in a sustainable manner. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Lexman. What about Bonadia?
Thank you very much. Yes, again, looking at the principle of SDGs, no one left behind. It means that we have to know what kind of groups we have in the cities itself, because if it's very different how the plans and also the implementation look like when those groups are involved. For example, when the women are involved, you know, what their plans are different only from if the group only have the men, you know, composition. So like women prefer to have more nutrition program, events of, you know, infrastructure parts, and of course relate to families, relate to education. So it's really important, and this is why this inclusivity, inclusiveness, as well as participation are crucial in achieving the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. But what we need now is empowerment, because I'm not talking only about citizens empowerment, but also need to have a local government's empowerment, because this participation of citizens are unique. It depends very much on the culture. It depends very much on the way of people live, on the way people think, and then this is all about culture. So I think this is very important that the platform should be, provided in the system itself, in which these local governments and citizens need to be empowered to even start the process, even to start to collaborate. And I just want to comment here about technology. Of course, we cannot change this, online system with the face-to-face things. I really agree that, we cannot change all e-participations because we want to focus also on the process itself. But I think we have to we have a new normal that we have to face here, especially after the COVID-19, and we have to see all the possibilities of engaging more people using this kind of technology. Of course, we cannot change into face-to-face, change this face-to-face into online system, but we gave you examples. We managed to reach a lot of local governments here with this kind of using of the ICT. And in the plan, we only targeted 30 local governments, but we managed to get more than 250. So what I want to say here, make use of whatever technology we have, but we have to also make sure that the quality of the participation is also measured, not just about making a plan, making things happen, but the important is how can we measure also this quality of participation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonadia. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Bernadia. You have pointed out the key essence of PBS. PBS has exponentially expanded in terms of quantity, like Seoul during the past 10 years. But now what matters to us is the qualitative measurement, how much impact it made on the lives of citizens. Well, time's up. Let me summarize what was discussed. Well, Bernadia has introduced local2030.org was introduced by UN. So many local governments are voluntarily reporting the progress of their PBS progress. So through PBS, many SDG implementation cases must have been uploaded to the website, and I would like to recommend Lisbon and Eunpyeonggu to upload your cases into this website so that more information could be gathered here and could be reflected and benchmarked by other cities. And once they are benchmarked and evaluated, that will be a good tool for the betterment of SDG implementation in relation with the PBS. Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for clearly summarizing the discussion content. And that's a wrap for the fourth session of Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. And now we have a wrap-up session left, and all moderators of each session are gathered here in the studio. So please be patient for a while so that we can arrange the studio.
Thank you very much for staying with us until the end of the wrap-up session. So I hope you enjoyed the two-day forum. We had the keynote speech yesterday, followed by session 1, and today we had session 1 to 4, and this is now the wrap-up session. So we have invited the moderators of the 4 sessions to have a wrap-up session. So first with us we have Professor So-Sun Chang, we have Professor Kim Eui-young, we have Director Im Sung-il, and we also have CEO Lee Sung-hoon with us. First of all, we would like to hear from Professor So-Sun Chang of Konkuk University.
Yes. We are now holding the very last session of the Seoul Forum on Participatory Budgeting System, and we are gathered with the moderators of each session. And through different cases of SMG, would like to see the outcomes and the progress of PB and how to prepare for another coming 10 years. So that will be the subject of discussion for this session. And each moderator will make their comments on this. And I will be covering the first session of this forum as I was in charge of the first session. The cases of Seoul and overseas cases of Seoul, Paris, and Madrid. We've listened to 3 presentations. Well, it's not easy to summarize those extensive contents because I have to cover 3 different cases. To begin with, Seoul has touched upon the progress of the past 10 years. And Seoul has come up with suggestion, e-democracy, openness, usefulness, and learning, which is an abbreviation of Seoul. And it has summarized its outcomes into 5 areas. And it has established the expansion of Seoul citizens' participation and financial governance and autonomy. And they also have had a paradigm shift into an openness and transparency of the public policies. But there were limitations such as complex procedure of PB and the efficacy of budget allocation. So to enhance those drawbacks, Seoul City has promised to focus more on qualitative program with plans to reduce cost and establish collaborative partnership between public and the private parties. And PB of SMG was followed by other cases of Paris and Madrid. And in comparison with overseas cases, I thought that Seoul has been well operating the PB system. And if we could have more chances to compare different cases of PB operation, this SMG PB could be exported to overseas countries with development. And I wish that the PB 2.0 will be born out of the sharing and exchanges. And secondly, PB of Paris was shared, diverse methodologies and outcomes and lessons learned were presented. And of lessons learned, to enhance the transparency of PB, the selection process and non-selected projects were reported and shared openly on the website. And through IT, they tried to maximize the participation of citizens, and on and offline are well balanced And these were outcomes shared by Paris. And in order to enhance the system, they shared a value of inclusiveness and qualitative growth. Though it has not been operated yet, but Paris also highlighted the importance of reflecting the opinions of intermediary people, intermediary actors. That's a task given to Paris City. And we'll be studying further on this point to reflect it to SMG's case. And lastly, the total budget of Paris, 25% out of it will be reflected to PB system. And looking back on the content of the presentation delivered by Paris, we were able to know the importance of the commitment and the strong will of the internal institution. So in that sense, the culture and the will of public officials of SMG have also contributed to the success of PBG. That's the common aspect of PB success of Seoul and Paris. The internal culture and commitment of public officials, those were a foundation for the success of SMG's PB, I assume. And the characteristics of PB of Paris can be summarized into inclusiveness. And to that end, 30% of the budget is allocated to the low-income classes. Seoul City doesn't have specific clauses on that in terms of PB rules and regulations. But I guess that the significant ratio of the budget of Seoul City's PB must have been allocated to the low class as well. So we need to arrange or come up with concrete figures of this sector. And lastly, we had the presentation of Madrid, which runs an online platform called Decide Madrid. The speaker of the Madrid is the app developer, and he's the technical advisor, and he has shown many expertise and shared experiences in developing the technology for the Madrid, Decide Madrid. And 500 million euros were invested, and special and new rules and regulations should be adopted, and new technologies including chatbot, which we use a lot in Seoul, will also be exploited to make a proposal of new projects. And through machine learning system, they try to analyze information provided by citizens so that they could effectively reflect those proposed projects into the system. So he highlighted the importance of online platform from the perspective of Madrid. In that sense, I assume that as Professor Yves Caban has commented during his keynote lecture, what I recognized most importantly was the trans-digitalization, which means that we cannot remain satisfied with online system only. We need to combine on and offline together in an effective manner. And Seoul City is doing quite well in that sense. So the qualitative PB should be in place to come up with a better evolved 2.0 edition. So Seoul City's PB is an advanced system that is approved to 10 years experiences, and for another 10 years to come, the version 2 of PBS of Seoul is needed. In addition to that, advanced PB system should be shared more through this kind of international forums so that we can deploy our experiences to the global outer world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor So, for moderating session 1 and giving us a summary of session 1. Yesterday, we talked about PBs around the world and compared the different schemes. So, Professor So just summarized what was discussed yesterday. Next, Professor Kim. Yes. So, I moderated session 2. Titled PBS and Innovative Democracy, which invited scholars around the world to share their own experiences. So I would like to give you a summary of what was discussed today. But before I do that, we would have to travel back to yesterday and briefly talk about the keynote speech. The keynote speech was about PB, which started back in 1989 in Porto Alegre, and PB has evolved quite much, especially in capital cities like Seoul. PB has seen a significant rise. So Professor Yves Caban looked forward to seeing more PBs going forward. At the same time, the central government as well as the municipal governments and up to the Dong level, we have all different levels of government engaging in PBs, and we see different scopes of sectors included in PBs. Korea has PBs for the youth, for the elderly, for the LGBT. So we have PBs targeting different populations. At the same time, we do have place-based PBs, especially in schools. So there was a case of Portugal today, and I was quite surprised to hear the case of Portugal. So I don't think we have that much in Korea, but well, out of the 1686, 1,500 are led by the private institutions, including schools, which can boost universality as well as diversity. So that's what the speaker from Portugal said today. And this is something that we should examine to learn. So PB keeps growing, but at the same time, we do have some cosmetic PBs, something that has no qualitative essence. So how are we going to deal with such cosmetics PBs? And how are we going to ensure continuity of PBs and make it sustainable, as we are seeing a lot of interruptions of PB projects? And what are we going to do with hyper-digitalization? This was also raised by Professor Caban yesterday. And yesterday, Professor Caban talked about how PB becomes the tool for efficiency and problem solving, or should it evolve as something that can define the space, the time, and really deepen democracy for the vulnerable people and for the alienated groups? So Professor Caban said that we are now at a crossroads to choose the direction for future PBs. And following on yesterday's keynote speech, we heard 4 speeches today during session 2. First, Dr. Spada talked about the multi-channel democratic innovations. So of course, on the surface, it looks like it only brings benefits, but that may not be always true because it entails complexity. If you think about Seoul, of course we have PB, but we also have neighborhood building projects, we have public hearings, we have very different types of groups. such as resident groups. So once we have multi-channels, it's like two sides of one coin. So we have to be wise in addressing with its pros and cons. So Dr. Spada talked about the need to adopt sensors to the PBs so that we can monitor the progress and the quality of the PBs. And that means that we need more surveys and research on the PBs. And next, Professor Wampler from Boise State University, I think it was in July or August, he released a paper on PB in global perspective. It was actually a book, not a paper, and the book includes the case of Korea as well. So PB goes beyond budgeting. It can really impact our well-being, and Professor Wampler showed us an empirical study findings. And social justice was one of the topics that Professor Wampler told us. So social justice has to be incorporated into PB to make it effective. Next, Professor Matt Ryan looked at why PBs succeed or fail across 30 countries and published a book. So in sum, he talked about the importance of political leadership and the importance of the political leaders and the funding and the role of the actors. At the same time, he talked about the bureaucratic support. But on top, the precondition is political leadership. So it really depends on the political leadership for PBs to succeed or not. And Seoul faces with a big challenge as yesterday Mayor Oh Se-hoon talked about the 10 million oasis and underscored the importance of PB. So we look forward to the future of Korea's PBs. And last but not least, I also spoke with two other professors about the self-governance in Seoul. So in summary, what we said was about the political efficacy and local democracy in the case of residents' self-governance associations in Seoul. So what we said was that the better educated and the better well-off feel political efficacy, or second, those with higher level of cultural confidence and with social capital can feel better political efficacy. Number three, be it support from the government, from the administrative bodies, or so forth, those who have received more support will feel political efficacy. So out of the three hypotheses, we were able to identify very interesting findings. So what we did, we examined the self-governance associations in Seoul to find out the positive feedback loop. So those who received feedback and positive feedback over a long period of time felt higher level of political efficacy. So it's more about being able to speak up rather than the institutional as well as other types of support that you receive that influences your political efficacy. So what we mean by that is about the efforts of the agents who run specific schemes. So PBs should go beyond just scheme itself and achieve innovative democracy.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such a wonderful summary. And each moderator has moderated their own respective sessions with such quality. Thank you very much, and we would like to listen to Dr. Im Sung-il, who moderated the third session. Thank you. The topic of our session was PB and democratic governance, and we discussed the current status of PB of Korea, and we figured out the roles of four stakeholders: the central government, local governments, local governments council, and the key of PB, citizens. From the view of central government, as you all know, Korea has mandated PB system as mandatory, and we are one of the leading countries, one of the leading 5 countries of PB in the world. There are pros and cons, and there could be diverged opinions onto this. But in terms of infrastructure implementation and best practices, we have been supporting actively for the development of PB, but still, in terms of quality and making social impact, there are rooms to improve. And what to do in the future? First, inequality between regions and local government should be resolved, and the entry barrier should be lowered for much larger participation of the citizens, and social inclusiveness should be enhanced. And secondly, from the perspectives of local governments, the Seoul office have presented, and since the legislation of PB, Seoul office have been actively participating in PBS implementation, and to establish its own PBS identity, it allocated 1% of the total budget of Seoul to PBS governance system, and it has made lots of efforts in establishing partnership between private and public sectors. They haven't had quantitative measurements in terms of change made by PBS, but in terms of qualitative manner, many citizens have shown the highest satisfaction level, and also public officials of the Seoul office became able to better understand the needs of the citizens. And there are 2 success factors. The first is active participation of citizens, and second one is the active leadership of the Seoul mayor. And as for future direction, representativeness of citizens and the expanded engagement of citizens through bigger activities, and these were enlisted as rooms to improve. And the third one was from the view of City Council. As we all know, with the expansion of PBS, local city councils are one of the most excluded actors and players from this system. And even for Seoul City Council has been excluded to some extent, but Seoul City Council has provided constructive criticisms with PBS of Seoul Metropolitan Government, and it has also provided some objective evaluation. Well, when dealing with the third topic, Seoul City Council has elaborated that some of the proposed projects by citizens were excluded or cut with the budget from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and there was a specific stance of Seoul City Council on this. And as last year, we have observed that many proposed projects were cut off in terms of budget, and this is quite contentious. And as a consequence, there was a lack of communication between citizens and the city council, and it needs to be overcome, and including Seoul City Council and all other local government councils should be more collaborative and cooperative to be aligned. And the fourth view was from the citizens. Well, as mentioned earlier in the fourth session, the objectives of SDG should be linked with the purpose of PBS. And the Seoul City is quite active and is a front runner in carrying out Seoul Citizens Deliberation project. So, and accountability of the citizens should be secured. And the other panelists have commented that it is important to solidify the governance in PBS when there's a transitioning period of the leadership of cities. Well, in summary, PBS of Korea has progressed in a macro perspective, but in terms of quality and also impact it's making on the daily lives of the citizens, there are still problems to be solved as the roles and participation scope of citizens are limited. For example, only 10% of the citizens is aware of the existence of PBS, and representativeness and identity, establishing a unique identity of each local government's PBS, and making a balance between on and offline, and how to secure resilience at post-pandemic era, and inclusiveness and sustainability. And these are keywords that we need to consider in the future development of PBS. Thank you very much, Dr. Im, who has served as the moderator for session 3.
Lastly, I would like to invite Regional Coordinator Lee Sung-hoon for the wrap-up session of session 4. Well, session 4 took place a few minutes ago, so I will be brief. So we had 5 different speakers. We had one from UN Habitat, one from UCLG, and one from CES. We talked about Portugal and Eunpyeong-gu's case. So we had 2 speakers from Korea as well, and we talked about how we can exchange ideas to promote PB, and talked about grassroots democracy. So during the panel discussion session after the 5 presentations, we came up with 4 conclusions. Well, this is to commemorate the 10th year anniversary of Seoul's PB. But about 20 years ago, there was this Porto Alegre meeting. And actually, I was in that meeting. So during that meeting, it was a great opportunity to review the past 20 years of PB achievements and talk about the prospects of the future. And we also looked back, and by 2031, we are not sure whether we will be able to achieve SDGs or not, but it is the deadline for SDGs. So I think this forum serves as a great opportunity to revise and review PBs for now and make revisions to align it to SDGs and achieve SDGs. Then how are we going to boost the quality of PBs? And I believe that SDG can contribute to PB development, and the presenters agreed with me. We have many municipal governments participating in PBs. So we talked about in different cases around the world. And while we make the transition from quantity to quality, data matters. So some cities or regional governments adopt measurement tools such as indicators. However, they're still in the pilot phase. So it is important for cities and local governments to be able to transition such indicators into a concrete measurement tool. In Korea, we have KOICA, and organizations such as KOICA exist in other countries with PBs. So how are we going to make full use of ODA to contribute to SDG attainment? Who will be the decision maker of ODAs? It shouldn't be the donor country or not the recipient per se. I mean the governments that receive the money. It should be the citizens who make the decisions. However, we haven't been able to reach that level. In that sense, ODA, SDG, and PBs should be connected and aligned. And lastly, we also talked about the case of Eunpyeong. And well, PB accounts for less than 10% of the 구 budget in Eunpyeong, although this is an exemplary case in Korea. So now we have to be sober and realize and admit that PB is not fully accepted. So many local and municipal governments around the world have kicked off PBs. But what's happening is that all the different PBs are not connected. And they have to come together to really boost the momentum. And the different cases should be shared across the countries to boost the effectiveness of PBs around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your summary. The outcome, future vision of PBS in Seoul City has been shared during the 2 days from session 1 through 4, and we have invited once again moderators of each session for the summary. Thank you very much for your clear-cut summarizing and your effort made into each session. And we would like to ask our online participants to give them a big hand for their efforts. And this is the very last program of this forum. We would like to listen to Director Jung Jin-il of Seoul Citizen Deliberation Budget Planning of Seoul Metropolitan Government for his concluding remarks. Please. Yes, good evening. My name is Jung Jin-il, the director in charge of PBS in Seoul City. Well, I would like to firstly thank Professor So Soon-chang, Professor Kim Woo-young, and Deputy Director Im Sung-il, and also Deputy Advisor APSD Lee Sung-hoon, and other discussants and panelists and online participants for your interest and participation. Seoul Metropolitan Government will maximize the reflection of your opinions and encouragement proposed through this forum, and we will add up our consideration onto your comments so that we can embrace your aspiration as citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you. So would like to ask for your continuous encouragement and comments and opinions for the advancement of PBS in Seoul City. And it was such a good chance for us to share experiences of Seoul. And it is now time to conclude the Seoul Forum on Citizen Participation. Thanking you once again for your active participation and interest in 2 days. I would like to greet you next time with a better program. Thank you for being with us.